And here we are. You might hear a little bit of crunching. I got my kitten in the background eating treats. How you doing? It's the Condor DM show, and tonight is a focus on old school Dungeons and Dragons. I'll be covering the setting Mystara, and we'll be checking out the Sword Coast, right? The additional products that were brought out with the tag of Odyssey on it. Odyssey is not an expansion; it's just a line of products. I'll be more clear about that later. But it extended the Mystara setting, and it's one of the more famous settings that really promote Beckme. You know, the old school Dungeons and Dragons really drives that a lot. And there'll be a mention of a lot of things. Be interesting. I'll go over the startup of the setting, the influence and all that, and then we'll go into the Savage Coast, and then we'll go into how to really run that setting, as a DM, and then I'll finish it off with things that just aren't mentioned in the previous stuff. I'll get all that covered. All right, get out of here, kitten. There we go. So tonight's all about Mystara and a extended focus on the Savage Coast. Really great setting. Something that maybe never sold as well as some of the old school settings in the era that it came out, but it should have. And it's we'll go into a lot of things there. It's tied to a lot of history with Dungeons and Dragons. Really a big focus on Beckme and a lot of things they wanted to do. And it's just I would say, something that was somewhat abandoned. It was never as popular as I think Mystara should have been, but it has a cult following. Trust me, the people that know what Mystara is and the boat and all the extended material, they love it, and I totally get why. Now I see people talking about new settings coming out, new ideas, or taking the old stuff and redoing them, and I'm like, Mystara. I don't get why that wasn't a major focus or something considered by Watsy. It's related to Beckme, Blackmore. It really covers a lot of things. I'm going to cover a lot of areas tonight. Now it's early. This is my casual time, I call it my Joe Rogan time, before I get into covering the setting. We'll see when I'm going to cover it. We'll see who's around, and when I decide to start that, at the latest would be 8 o'clock my time, but it may start a little earlier. We'll see who's around at what point. But yeah, that's here I am. Last night, I covered Babylon 5, the role-playing game for members only, and it went great. It's doing members only. There's only a few people there, but when I perform, man, just to let you guys know, I perform like there's 1,000 people watching me. I just go all in, right? I just go all in. That's all I do with it, because I always know that later members might want to check that out. So new members coming along will be able to go check out previous old members only content, and it's like, hey, it's there. Don't worry. I perform just as well as I do with the public stuff, right? Now, I could be, I guess, semi more intimate. I sit down sometimes with those and not just stand up, right? My off script is sitting down. Usually that's the aim, right? To be a little bit more casual. Some people don't mind the standing up. Most people are actually okay with this. Some of my older folks prefer me to sit down. It's more laid back for them, I guess. Hey, whatever works. Look, I feel casual, and I hope you do too. So me standing up is just me. I'm used to being on stage. I've done that for years, speaking to people up on stage. So this is really casual for me. I did a lot of game mastering over these decades, so I'm used to being at the head of the table, standing up, looking at people, being able to see right across the table so I can see all the players. Pretty common position for me. I like doing this, right? And you know what? I do a lot of streaming on here, so I don't want it to be unhealthy. I don't want to be. I don't judge anybody else, but when you do as much as me on YouTube, you don't always want to be sitting on your ass. I want this to be something where I don't feel like it's hurting my health, like I'm sitting on my butt for hours every night, right? It's good to get up and a little back and forth, right? There's a little bit of it's hours of being up on my legs, my feet, and it's not unhealthy just to be, like somebody sitting there on their ass the whole time. So that's a big issue for me. It makes doing YouTube this way with the streams. It's just sort of middle ground. It's not a bad thing, and I don't just degrade my health in the process, right? Because I see some people that start on YouTube, and they'll do a lot of YouTube, and they'll sit on their butts, and they can start off very healthy. You can see a new guy start sitting down. It's like the next year, his face starts going out like this. Constantly on YouTube, doing streams, sitting on their butts. Look, I'm someone who's in the process of getting healthier. If you don't know much about me, if you're new, last year I was 365 pounds at the start of the year. At the end of the year, I was 170 pounds. Means I dropped a lot of weight, right? A lot of weight. And it's just, I like to keep going in that direction, or at least to maintain where I've gotten, where it keeps at least going in the healthier direction than not. So I don't mind sitting down every so often. And I have a certain night specific more that I do that, which is off script night on Tuesdays. But just about every other night is standing up, at least for public content, right? And, it's how it works here. If you want to take part in chat, you got to be sub to the channel. It's a privilege to interact with me. I'm not saying it's like some ego thing. It's just that I work my butt off here, and I do these streams for people that support me. That's it. It doesn't need to be money. I'm just general support, like subbing to the channel is support. So if you support me that way, that's very supportive. You get to take part in chat. It's what I give you back for doing that, right? But for the general public, even if you don't sub to me, hey, there's videos to watch and comment on, and you get to watch this for free. It's not like it costs you anything to watch these public streams. On average, I do 18 streams per month. 2 of them are members only to take care of people that financially help me out. And the other 16 are, well, open to the public. And if you want to chat again, you got to be sub to the channel. That's it. I don't mind giving people my time, but it's a back and forth thing, right? So I'll give you my time. I'll interact with you like this, but it's like you sub to me. Okay, I give back to you. That's what these streams are all about, right? Interacting with people that are given. It's not just taking. Now, on the other hand, you get to watch it. Doesn't cost you nothing. You get to watch the videos and comment. Well, there's a little bit of a take without giving anything back. So, I give out free to draw people here, to attract them. That's the deal. The members only stuff is just to say, like, look, if you're willing to support me and become a member, there's something unique you get, right? And that's why I covered Babylon 5, the role-playing game last night. Very happy with how that went. That was a good stream. But, before that, I got on for a couple hours, or at least an hour or so, or something in that vein, and did an off script so I could talk to people, in the open public, and then went ahead and did the Babylon 5 thing. You want to know what Babylon 5, I'll just say this, is a great, I covered mainly 2003 and 2006, which is the first edition back in the 2003, mainly the 2006, because that's the one I personally ran and enjoyed. I won't give you the rundown here, but I would say those are 2 games you should, or at least the second edition for sure, you should go check out. Do your own work. Good luck on that. But if you want me to do work like that for you, become a member, right? Become a member, and there's certain things you get. The next members only stream I'm doing will be focused on like Hollow Earth. I'll get some details here for you. I'll tell you guys what's coming up, right? The good thing is I got like some great streams coming up that I think you'll all be happy with. You'll be very happy with, right? I'll get a day off tomorrow. I say day off because, I work this. I do a lot of work on here. So, very hardworking fellow when it comes to this stuff. So, Hollow Earth Expedition. That's going to be the next one. Very, very good. Very good stuff. But this Saturday is going to be Fudge, and then Sunday is going to be Metamorphosis Alpha. I hope you can join me for the weekend. It's going to be great. Yeah. Oh my. Oh my. Right? So yeah, tonight we're again covering Mysteria and the Savage Coast. A lot of people confuse, I put Odyssey in the title, and some people confuse Odyssey as being an expansion of Mysteria. It's it does cover expanded materials, but Odyssey in itself is not an expansion. It's consider Odyssey like a stamp on a line of products that are extensions to the Mysteria setting. I don't want to say too much about Mysteria because I'm going to do the coverage. I have all the meat on the bone in there. It's going to be really good tonight. I love Mysteria personally. I really do. Ran it quite a few times, and I ran it with pretty much every expansion you could think of. Right. So it's really deep. It's a really deep setting. Like I'll tell you something interesting. There's a hollow earth in Mysteria, and if you go there, it's like a living museum. What do I mean? Well, they take civilizations that were about to die out, and they put them in this like underground area, and they preserve them, not as just like statues or something, but they actually preserve the actual people and keep them alive in this place called the Hollow Earth. It's not exactly the underground thing that you think. It's unique, but it's called the Hollow Earth, and they keep sort of like a living museum. I don't want to say too much more than that. Even that's a bit too much, but that's how unique Mysteria the setting is. It is weird. It is wonderful. It is fantastic. And there's so many details to it that I'm going to cover and then help make sense of all the stuff, that you might have heard a little bit here and there about Mysteria. Some people out there got like whole dedicated YouTube channels to the setting. That's how well liked the setting is. But it just didn't have a big fanfare back in the old school. And even today, it doesn't have like a massive fanfare, but it has dedicated people, like people that love it, that are dedicated to it. That's why there are YouTubers out there, especially one for sure I know, that made an entire channel being able to cover that with some good views and some good following because he has that cult following checking out what he's doing. I hit a wider audience, so I want to bring this to more people, right, than just fans. So that's my aim here with pitching Mysteria on this channel, is to bring the setting to just more people. And I look at all the new school stuff where they're saying, make this, remake Ravenloft, remake. I'm like, do Mysteria, baby. Do Mysteria. Like, make it big. This thing should have been promoted better when it first came out. It should be able to compete with Forgotten Realms and stuff like that and Dragonlance, but it just didn't. It just didn't. And there's so much Beck-me love here. Like Blackmoor is related to it. There's the Blackmoor area is actually adapted into Mysteria, right? Mysteria is really a sort of champion setting of Beck-me. If you're a person who likes the old school D&D, even before AD&D 1E, it's a real champion of the old Beck-me mindset, right? And I'd like to see that make a huge comeback. I would. And I don't think it has. Not in the way I'd like to see it. And it's something really special. And the expansion material of this whole setting, Mysteria, makes it something just amazing. Like in the weirdness and the way that it is. And it's inspired a lot of things that followed. But I'm like, I'd rather see something more than just a cult following, because I feel like it should have had that to begin with. Right? Just never had its heyday of being well promoted. And the ideas are great. I don't care if you are not into Dungeons and Dragons, for example. The ideas, the concepts in the setting Mysteria is worth hearing. And these are ideas you could take back to what you're doing. If you're a designer right now, designing games or whatever for your own thing, this is stuff you want to hear. These are ideas you want to hear. Trust me on that. These are ideas you want to hear. Right? These are fantastic ideas that you want to hear. So, and I get everything covered, the influence, the birth of the setting, and then going into the expansions after that. And like I said, I even got advice for how to run it. So if you like what I say tonight, I'm going to follow that up after getting all the fluff out of the way, and we're going to go into how, advice for how you could run Mystara as a DM, right? Could you do something more than just spec me with it? You could. You could use other additions, no doubt. You can do some adjustments. But the mindset is definitely back me. It does have a back me mindset. When I say that, some people in the new school might not totally get it, but back me is not AD&D 1E. It's not like 2E or 1E. It has its own sort of approach, its own mindset to the whole thing of what we do. Or at least the designers took the old original D&D and just had a bit of a different mindset before they hit AD&D. And so it's worth hearing about. And I'll mention Blackmore, which is something very famous. It's something that was in the history of D&D, helped create Dungeons and Dragons, but they adapted it over to the Mystara setting, sort of, bring that up, talk about that stuff, right? Now, Blackmore and all that, and Dave Arneson and Gary, I've talked about this stuff before. So I don't need to overkill on these subjects. And I think a lot of people cover that stuff better than I ever would. There's a whole documentary on Blackmore, so I don't want to pretend that I'm going to do some big coverage on that, but it's worth mentioning as it relates to Mystara. Right? So I made sure to bring all the meat for this bone, right? But there we are. That's what we're covering tonight. That is what we're covering tonight. I heard some people recently talking about all this AI stuff with the art, the music, and everything else. And I'm like, man, that's one scary topic. It is one scary topic. So, I decided not to ask anybody to invest and pay for art for a game or something I'm making. I'm not doing AI art. So I'm doing a major update, but I'm working on my own art. Right? I can't afford tons of art, but I'm going to do my own art for the game, which is something I've never done before. It's not like I'm a professional at it, but at the same time, I think I can make pretty much what I need, make the cover, make a little bit of other things, going on, but I'm working on my own art in the process. I have a few artists from my family. My mother was an artist. My grandfather was an artist. I mean, really majorly, big time artists. Like my grandfather was old Navy artist at the museums here. They got a lot of his images and pictures up of the stuff he drew. My mother was also worked at places where her art was considered held high with a lot of high regard, high respect. And they got art pieces that she made, which is quite impressive. So I've had a couple artists in my family. Now, me, I've never felt like I was a natural artist, even though my mother was and my grandfather was. But, I've been working on it. I'm quite surprised with my own work. So that way I'm avoiding doing AI work. And I'm not asking for somebody to pay for the art for my major update that's coming, right? But that is a scary subject. That is a scary, scary subject. And I hate even touching on it because I really want to be someone who's open to talk to all sides. And I know there's sides with this subject, right? And I'm like, jeez. The most I mention with AI now is talking about AI game mastering, which is, I think, something that doesn't bring the big friction and wall between people. Like, it's just something that people are considering. Like, say, solo gamers, a lot of them are considering what AI game mastering does for them. And I think a lot more people are more at ease when you talk about AI game mastering as it relates to solo gaming. You get less of a fuss or two sides coming up on that topic. I look at AI game mastering, not just, as selling something, but AI game mastering as something that might not hit right away. But I do see AI becoming an assistant to a lot of new people, right? And I think that happens when you let the book run the game anyway. That's the dangers of having the book become the authority. That's why I don't I like the idea that the game master is king. I like the idea that rulings over rules to speed up the game because, say, a game master has that authority. I like that. But the second you tell me the book is the authority. Well, if the book is the authority, it's really easy to see how in a gaming setting like that with those players, you could replace the book with an AI, right? So that's a gimmick. That's a gimmick, right? Right. So just saying. Just saying. All right. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Yes, I've had a family member down around for a few days. Doesn't really stay the night, but he's been here for a few days. I won't see anybody for a few weeks coming up. And I got a lot of work I'll be doing at home. So it's a shock, shock. I start talking to people and they want me to do some work from home instead of coming in to do work at a place. And I don't look to do work from home usually, but given my recent issues, my arms and that, working on that, getting better, they think it's better that I do some work for home for a couple of weeks. And that gives me a bit more free time here, surprisingly. So I'll be doing some work from home. My family will not be seeing me for a few weeks. They will not be around, so they're all going away. And I'm like, man, I'm going to be alone, because my personal friends are just, they don't live anywhere near me. So I won't really be in contact with them because everybody's going to be busy at the same time for 2 weeks. So it's going to be weird. I'm going to be working at home for like probably the next altogether 2 to 3 weeks if I total it up. For the next 2 or 3 weeks, I'm like out of contact with anybody besides you. Oh, and it'd be weird. Now, after like 3 weeks, all the contact will come back into the picture. My friends will be around, my family will be back around, and I'll be getting back out and doing stuff. But for about 3 weeks, 2 weeks has been weird because I haven't had this type of time at home and free time to myself in a long time. So I've had like the last week or almost 2 weeks now where I've had a lot of free time where I get paid a little bit of money to not work, which was okay. You know, it lets me pay my bills, no problem. So I'm quite happy with that. And I was like, okay, I'll take the physical time off, get my arms and my hands a little better. Now they're like, well, okay, we don't want you rushing back. We'll get you to do work, but we're going to get you to do some work at home, doing stuff at home. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Here I am. It's not my cup of tea, but I'll do it. But it's going to be a weird spot in my life for the next like 3 weeks or so. I'm going to be by myself. I mean, completely cut off. Personal friends not around, family not around. I won't be interacting with people I'm usually out and about interacting with. So it's going to be a really weird situation. My I guess the closest thing to socializing will be coming on here and doing streams and making videos. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It's going to be a weird time, right? I'm not a loner. I'm not someone who is usually cut off from having social time with people. So that will be a little weird, right? That's why I don't mind. Like a lot of people wonder why I'm not concerned about having panels on or connecting with all kinds of people on YouTube all the time outside of my audience. They're like, man, like people will assume things about me. Like, you got no friends. I'm like, dude, the reason I don't care is because I do have people I talk to. I'm a social butterfly. I talk like a fucking machine. I hope you realize that when you watch your streams. I'm not someone who lacks in talking. I get out and just talk to anyone. I'll talk to a stranger. I'll talk to anybody, right? So to think that I'm going to be antisocial when you hear me talking is to say you're not paying attention. Right? That's just somebody who is in, they want to paint a false picture. But if you're just someone who has no beef with me at all and you hear me talking like this, you're like, that guy talks like a machine. There's no way that guy's antisocial, which I'm not, right? So any fair-minded person knows that right away. And so I usually have my family around, quite often because I'll talk to people. My family likes talking to me because I'm a social butterfly. I have friends around all the time. Social butterfly gimmick, right? It's what I do. But for the next 3 weeks, it's going to be my family's gone away. And my friends are all not going to be around. They're going to be busy for weeks coming up here, oddly, because it's definitely the time of year they do a lot of work. It's going to be me, oddly, instead of out and about doing stuff at home, doing some at-home stuff, right? So I've been, for about 2 weeks, out of work with a little bit of pay. with my arms and hands, working on that, right? Getting physically better. And then suddenly they were like, well, we don't want you coming in right away. We want you to just keep getting better. I'm like, okay, whatever. Twisted my arm on that one, I guess, right? My damaged arms. So here we are. And for the next 3 weeks, I'll have a little bit of work to do in the morning. That's it. And then I'm free all the time. So for like the next 3 weeks, we'll see what I do at the time. I don't know. It's weird to have this much time in my life. I usually never do. I'm quite a busy person. So to suddenly go, no family around to talk to because I'm a social butterfly. Friends are going to be gone. Social butterfly gone. Or social butterfly stuff just gone. And then I'm not out and about socializing with other people I know in a more casual way that I wouldn't call exactly friends, maybe people I work with and stuff like that. I won't be around them. I'll be here. So I'm like, and I'm not someone to go out all the time. I don't go wasting my money on booze. I don't get drunk or drink or party. I don't do all kinds of that stuff. And where I'm so busy with other activities in my life, I'm not a person who has all these other things going on. My day is filled up with talk to family, talk to friends, do this stuff, go do some work. That's it. That's my life. And trust me, that's quite busy, right? To keep track of. And that's just to get by in Canada because the bills here are, costly. Everything is costly. Everything costs a lot of money. So it's a lot of grind to get that, my life secure, if you get what I'm saying, right? The idea of going out and partying is something I can't even think of. So it's just, I don't make that kind of money to go party and waste money. So casually getting out is not something I've done in that way. So I'll be like for 3 weeks not knowing what my plans are going to be, other than I'll be doing streaming. I'll be doing my regular stuff here on YouTube. That's the most active stuff I'll be doing outside of an hour or so in the morning for work, right? And that's only some days that I'll be doing that hour or some stuff, right? So it's going to be quite strange. We'll see. I've been thinking of using the time to work on further content coming up later down the line and ideas I've been working on. So I want to use some of that time for other projects that I have in my mind that I want to complete. I'll definitely be using some of that time to work on finishing the updating for my game stuff, right? Which is going to be a major update, new rules, new this, new that for the Neo TTRPG system. Quite happy with that. But then it's just, there's going to be a lot of time where I'm just like, oh, what the fuck do I do? Right? And so I have been, I only just found out about this really today. So this is all like last minute for me. It's like, okay, discovery, friends, busy, family going away. I'm going to be stuck at home for an additional 3 weeks. Okay. I might make a trip or two down to a beach or something because the weather here is quite warm. It's that time of the year, right? That time of the year where you get some warm weather. I'm in Nova Scotia, Canada, East Coast, baby. The place that, well, I used to call real Canada, but when you walk out the door, it doesn't feel so Canada anymore, but we'll leave it at that, right? Doesn't feel Canadian at all. Doesn't look Canadian at all either. But I mean, and that's weird because I go back 4 years ago, it was Canada, felt very Canadian. 3 to 4 years later, what nation am I in? I'm not even sure anymore, but we'll leave it at that. And that's a really quick pace to go from everything is Canadian to everything is something else. So that was what you call rapid. That's not like small change. That's like, holy fuck, what happened here in just a few years, right? Rapid change. So rapid, not slow, not pacing, just instant, right? You go one day, everything looks Canadian, everything is Canadian, everything feels Canadian. You see Canadians everywhere. Next day you go out, no longer looks Canadian, no longer feels Canadians, and you stop seeing Canadians everywhere. So that's been my recent experience, which is quite weird. And to hear other people talk about that stuff it's quite weird when you personally are in it, right? Like people will say, there's no problems. And I'm like, okay, where are you? And they'll tell me. I'm like, everything's normal there, right? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'd think the same as you if I was in that same boat, but when you're in the midst of the change, it's like, well, dude, if I invited you down here, you might have a very different view on the situation. Very different. Yeah, during streams and talking like this, when I do the streams, I do a little Joe Rogan stuff. Like I said, sometimes I chain smoke. I won't lie. It's not something I do off the stream. It's just something where I get here and I'm like, boom. Right? So tonight will be fun. Tonight will be fun. Giving people time to get around. That's all. I don't know. So the AI stuff has been a little weary. I thought about talking about that tonight, but I just don't want to drive people away. And it's sad that in the tabletop role-playing game hobby, here's the subject we'll cover. It is sad that in the tabletop role-playing game hobby, it is very tribal. Like, it's not extremely tribal. It's not like all people are tribal, but in a way it can be very tribal. So if you say something about something, suddenly everyone who's on this opposed side of the fence, that's gone. They'll pull their support on you. They'll leave. And it's like they can agree with you on like 80% of what you say. But it's like, man, if you have like 10% of what they don't, or a little slightly more, that's gone. I don't want to drive people away. I want everybody to feel like they can be part of the conversation here. It just saddens me to know that things are so tribal with some people, right? That it's like walking on eggshells, and they make it that way if you want to be part of the conversation, which I think is really, really, really sad, right? It just means it's hard to, hey, what about guys that like this game over here? Well, you can barely talk to them because if you say something on this side of the fence, even a little bit, depending on where you're at in the hobby, there goes chatting with them. There goes their support if they do like a lot of your content. There goes everything. And I'm like, man, I want to play the middle ground, but people make that really, really hard, right? They make it really, really hard on here, which is sad. I hate that. I hate that people try to make it hard because that's not the hobby I remember growing up in. Hobby I remember growing up in really was leave other issues outside of gaming at the door. And even if we slightly disagree, we still come to the table and play the game together. Even about game facts. Like, it was, I don't know, I've grown up for years. Like, say, I'm a guy who likes pure theater of the mind. A lot of people like miniature gameplay. I've known all kinds of guys that like pure theater of the mind. And especially after the early 2000s and WotC came out with plastic miniatures, and more people started using miniatures. One of the miniature guys, they knew that, I get along with these people, especially in person. They like miniatures. I don't like miniatures. We don't have an issue. But online, for some reason, you can just say you like pure theater of the mind more than miniatures, and there'll be a crap load of miniature people that will refuse, just on that statement alone, will refuse to give you any support, even if they like 90% of your content. They'll pull support on you. They'll unsub from your channel. I'm like, geez, dude, I'm just saying I like pure theater of the mind. That's why I make sure not to be that way. Like, there's a number of people I follow that don't like AD&D second edition. There's a number of people, and they make that clear. And there's a number of people I follow that hate pure theater of the mind and prefer miniature gameplay. I follow them anyway because I like a lot of the rest of their content, right? It's just a shame that a lot of people in those circles, right, in different circles, will pull their support for you if you say, hey, man, I like pure theater of the mind, not miniature gameplay. Even though they'll like 90% of the rest of your content, there goes the sub. There goes any support at all from that person. It's a shame. It is really a shame. And so I hate tribalism. And I think it's a big issue around here. And a lot of people don't even, it's almost like they ignore it. And then content creators will be out there wondering why they're having a hard time. Like, they won't get support for certain things. They'll notice they have a big following, but say their stream is down here, it's not getting many people watching, say on average. And I'm like, and though, I mean, with massive followings compared to what I have right now, and I'll be like, well, you can keep ignoring it, but your problem is you're playing to tribalism. And even a lot of people that see, the silent majority is a majority. So if you play to the tribalism, what you don't realize, just say you cover AD&D 180, right? You might be someone with 10,000, but you'll notice the channel there were 40,000. Well, how do you get up to him? Well, here's the difference between you and him. You play to the tribalism. That's why you're hurting. The guy with 40,000 doesn't. That's why he's doing okay. And you'll try to figure out why he's doing better than you. You might think it's YouTube fucking you, but it's like, well, no. First off, though, the algorithm is a game, and you got to know how to play the algorithm. But the other thing is, guys that are usually bigger than you are just, they've learned to get around tribalism. Like, they do a really good job at it. I always give an example of the Matt Colville guy, and I know some people in the tribes don't like him, but he's the guy who doesn't play tribalism really. And that's why he has a massive audience, right? And if you don't recognize tribalism as, if you play to it, understand you'll rapidly grow with a tribe. The problem is they are not the silent majority. They are a pretty sizable minority, but they're a minority. You can hit 10 or 15,000 with them, but that's a ceiling. That's a limit. You're not going much beyond that, right? When you play tribalism. And a lot of guys just ignore tribalism here, and they wonder why they have their issues, right? I'm like, because you're playing to tribalism, and the audience plays along with that, right? So the more content creators lean into the tribalism, maybe even without realizing it, they make it easier for an audience to play tribalism with them. It's not good. It's not good at all. And it's a big part of their problem. So when they try to figure out what's going on, I'm like, dude, you're not growing because there's a silent majority out there, and they will not support you. Like, that silent majority will not support tribal leaning content creators. So at first you can grow really fast with a tribe. You can rapidly grow. You can and with tribalism, you get more of the shallow part of the audience again. I've mentioned this multiple times to guys that, like, if you do rage bait, that's tribal. So if you're, say, an old school guy attacking Watsy, that's tribal because the silent majority doesn't hate these people like you do. I mean, the silent majority in the old school, right? So most old school people don't have this vicious anger with everyone who does something, outside of the old school. They just don't have this vicious anger. So you'll play to a tribe, but you're going to hit a ceiling. And I've been saying it for years, but guys hit the ceiling. They act like I'm full of shit, but then they're at the ceiling. And then they're having issues, and they're wondering why. I'm like, remember how I told you like 5 years ago, you're playing tribalism and there's a ceiling? Yeah. Notice how all the evidence leans into what I'm saying being true, and you dismissed me, but all the evidence does not support your opposed position. When all the evidence keeps pouring in that I'm right on something, at one point, maybe you got to go, fuck, like, maybe that guy has a point, right? Because all the evidence, none of it goes the other way at all. So if you're opposed to what I say about this tribalism stuff and there being a ceiling for rage bait content towards Watsy, or say you play the yes man stuff, that's tribalism. You got to be fair-minded when you talk about the games. It can't be AD&D one is better. It can't be, it's better than the new school. Because when you verbally start attacking, you play to that tribalism. Tribal then, like this. And if you do stick to one game, that can be a problem too, unless you do it in a variety of ways. And you can't just do short runs on it, which some guys will find out because, it's like one guy, he's been building up his channel. He went from 5,000 to over 10,000, but it's all slowed right down again. But why? Well, because he's hit the limit of topics. You can cover torches. You can cover this. You can cover the dungeon thing. Dude, if you're only covering AD&D 1E, at one point you're running out. Like, all these small subjects, very good, but that's it. You hit your wall, and just saying, if the content you were doing before that was drama content, attacking people, which is what this guy I'm talking about was doing, and then you suddenly turn around and do this neutral content, it's okay, but you got to have videos that are longer than 10 minutes. You have to be able to carry those subjects over to your streams, because streams will affect how people view what you're doing, right? So you cut yourself down. It hurts on YouTube to play that game. It can feel good for a minute, and it can even get you a few bucks. Probably not enough to pay your rent, but it can get you a few bucks. It can feel really good, but then if you hit that ceiling, that's the issue, because everyone's looking to grow beyond the ceiling, and they're wondering why something's happening. I'm like, dude, you can keep ignoring me, but go ahead. I'm right about this. I'll be right about this. I'm definitely right about this. That's why when the guys that disagree with me, they look out there and they'll see a guy with 40,000 subs that's not in their old school circle, even though he's doing old school content. It's like, how the fuck did he get so big compared to them? Well, man, he's not playing the tribal game, and he's not playing just yes man. It's like you go to his stuff, it's a little bit more honest, and it's not attacking people or saying something else is dumb. So, and he doesn't have follow-up streams, like, because the reason you're going to hit a ceiling is, yeah, your individual videos are good, but if you then go on your stream and say new school is no good, or have people on your panel doing that, that's it. That you're still going to be affected by that, right? That's what pushes you into the tribe. So no matter how neutral you are, if you have a stream that follows up and it plays to the tribe, you're done. That's it. You're back to tribal world. So you got to watch out for that stuff. That's why I'm very careful about my content here. I want to cover old school D&D, but I want to do it in a neutral way, in a way that's not attacking other people. I do a variety of games, but it's just so I can be more open to that silent majority. All right. That's what I look for, to interact and connect with the potentially over time, earn that, that trust and respect with them over time, and show them that I'm just not out here for that. Right. That's why even the recent off script I did, I put the members only, because I realized, man, no matter my well-meaning behind that, no matter who I was focusing on, that was taken the wrong way. And that put me back in the tribal world. And the problem is, because I stay away from the tribes, especially with the old school, the tribes in the old school hate my guts. So it's never good for me to pander to them, ever. It almost hurts me, honestly. And I know it does, because it's like, just getting a slight bit of support from the tribe is not good to begin with, right? And so I just, I don't want to ever pander to those people. I know exactly who they are. I know their audience. I know the content creators, and I personally distance myself away from them on purpose. I just want nothing to do with it, right? And I might have got caught up with that tribe, with that whole group of content creators, but in a way, I sort of thank them. They did something for me a few years ago that really saved my ass, which was they completely abandoned me. And what happened is it forced me to, without growing with the tribe, to have to reinvent myself and my approach on here, because I was doing content for them for a while, but I'm doing content where I'm not growing with them. Complete abandonment. The whole audience, 100% of the audience completely abandoned me. Content creators, they're completely abandoned me for years. So I'm doing content and it's zero growth, low view count, the whole nine, almost going nowhere, constantly being attacked while I'm not growing. So what they did was they left me alone. They abandoned me completely for 2 years. But I was like, okay, I'll reinvent myself. But by the time I sort of figure this out, understand, guys, I'll never come back to you, right? Oh, old D&D talk. It's Mystara tonight with a focus on it's Mystara, but also the Odyssey products, right? The extension for the Savage Coast. It's going to be good, right? it's going to be really, really good. Yeah, old school. This is setting that is like, yeah, Miles, you're a 5e guy, and you're sort of new to the hobby in that way. You're going to like this. Dude, you're going to like this. Like, I know you heard about Forgotten Realms. I know you've heard about Dragonlance, but this is like a gem, baby. Like, I don't know if you've heard about Mystara, but this is a fucking gem. This is a fucking gem setting. Right? This is a setting that I don't know if it just wasn't well advertised, but it should have been. And it's been so good that it keeps a cult following, right? But it's never been well sold to the public. I don't think it failed overall, but the extended material really makes Mystara awesome. And if you ever heard of the history like Blackmore with Dave Arneson, Blackmore was adapted over to Mysteria. I'll give you an idea. Mystara has a place called Hollow Earth. And what they do there, think of Hollow Earth like a living museum, right? So in Mystara, as civilizations were going to die out, these champions, I don't want to say too much because I'm going to cover all these champions in Mystara took these civilizations and put them in the Hollow Earth. And it's not like, when I say living museum, I mean like, okay, these civilizations were about to die out, but if you go to Hollow Earth, you'll actually encounter them alive. Like they survived, but only in this place, right? And it's like a museum of but like things in the past, but like kept alive. Like it's a pretty surreal fucking thing, right? Pretty awesome. I don't want to say more than that. There's a lot more to Mysteria than that. That's just I decided to mention that as sort of a hint to keep people, because it's a weird but awesome fucking setting. And it's one where I'm almost disappointed that for all the talk of new settings or taking old stuff by watching and redoing stuff, I'm like, why aren't they talking about Mysteria? I mean, that's one you could drive home without it being too extremely controversial. But I mean, it's so awesome. Right? And I know a lot of new school people, when I mention Mysteria, I'm like, yeah, I like the setting Mysteria. They were like, what's that? Because they know Dragonlance, they know Forgotten Realms, they even know Greyhawk, most of them. When I mention Mysteria, they're like, what's that? I'm like, okay, you're one of them, eh? You don't know Mysteria. Well, baby, I'm going to introduce you to Mysteria tonight. Mysteria is a thing most people don't hear about. There's even YouTubers out there. There's a YouTuber I know for sure, has a whole channel dedicated to the setting that he does, but it's mostly fans that come to him, right? So it's the cult following that keeps him standing up. But I'm like, this needs to be heard by more people. More people need to hear about Mysteria. So I don't know, Miles, if you've heard about Mysteria, but if you haven't, a lot of meat on the bone. I'm going to introduce you tonight to the Mysteria setting, which is awesome. And we'll be talking soon about that. Right now, we're in the casual phase. Right? Talking about tribes and how I personally avoid them. They abandoned me a couple of years ago. Oh, I'll tell you, Miles, I spent a year, because they abandoned me over lies and people. The old tribe just didn't like some of my opinions. And I didn't realize, honestly, over a 6-year period of time, I just didn't realize how mentioning little opinions would get me crucified by a certain tribe of old school people, content creators and their audience. I just didn't realize it. I go back 6 years. I made this 3-minute video about just saying I'm not a big fan of miniature gameplay. I didn't even attack it, really. I just said I like pure theater of mind. I didn't know that was going to get so much heat that it would lead to endless streams, video attacks, and lies, because people didn't want to admit why they were really angry with me. But lies to say, oh, he's done this extreme thing when I haven't. And it was all like, the reality was they're mad at me about very simple gaming opinions. But they don't want the public to know this, so they make up stuff about me, right? I didn't know that was all going to happen. I didn't know I was communicating with a tribe of content creators and their audience. I had no idea. And I've had to deal with this sort of tribe, well-known tribe in the old school for years. And they would off and on, I would get some of them still following me and supporting me because I do good content. At least I'll claim. I'm very confident with that. So I keep them coming, lose a lot. Most of them wouldn't support me. But at one point, the whole tribe and all the content creators completely abandoned me. This was like 2 or so years ago. And I spent a year, I swear almost a year, still trying to make content to draw them to my channel. And it was a year of nothing. It was a year of complete abandonment. I said, okay. At the end of the year, I just said, oh, right. I'm done with them. I will never make content to draw them again. I will never open the door again to those people. The door's closed. I'm moving on. That's it. And suddenly, though, it's funny. The same week I did that, out of nowhere, I get invited on to several streams right away. Like, I make the announcement, and right away it's like, hey, man, you want to come on the stream? I just told you guys I'm cutting you off. I'm like, I'm moving on. You've abandoned me for like straight out 2 years. Like not a single one of you are supporting anything I do here. I'm dying on YouTube. It's getting me nowhere. And I just didn't realize how far into a tribe I was. Right? It was an echo chamber. I was around it for like 6 years. I just didn't realize how bad it was. But it's like a eureka moment, right? But they abandoned me and they made me reinvent myself as a YouTuber. So I had to reinvent how I approach YouTube. Complete change over, rehauling of how I approach YouTube. And they made me learn how to get by without them. So it was like, okay, all right. And suddenly they'll want to come around after they bullshit or lie about me or spread new lies. And they're constantly trying to take me down. But the great thing is, after I reinvented myself, I became immune to everything they do. That's why they've done some recent attacks that you might not know, Miles. You might have heard me talk about it, where there were guys that made up an image. It was of a receipt that wasn't real to begin with. But they did the image, and they did this major attack on me. But I was completely fine. It just didn't work at all. Right? And the reason that whole thing failed is because they don't realize, it's like trying to tell guys, okay, all right, you guarantee I won't go on streams with you. You guarantee I won't interact with you. But you guys do realize you're in an echo chamber, right? It's like, okay, all the people that just hate me are doing this like seals. But not a single new person is bothered by what you're doing. Nobody outside of your echo chamber is affected by it. So it was just a great moment. It was something, because it took me a while to get to that point. And it was a great example of showing them it doesn't matter what you say. I hope you get some likes from it. I hope you maybe get some of the more tribe to sub to your channel, but you understand I'm not affected by anything you do now, because I've had to reinvent myself, go after a new audience, and separate myself from that, right? And even the recent little hit was just a bit of, you might say, my own fault. Hello, fellow humans. Not beer this time, just Cola Zero. I do Pepsi Zero because I find the cola goes flat really fast. But I do the zero sugar stuff. Mostly water, but I do zero sugar pop now. Though I'm pretty sure I'm going to find that that's really bad. At least it doesn't taste like I should fix this. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I should fix that on the screen. Yeah. Okay. So I do zero sugar soda, but it's like, I hope it's not like that diet stuff where the diet stuff has that taste where it tells you it's bad for you. I'm like, yucky. Yucky. But yeah, just going back to that, they're saying to Miles and other people, it's just like I've reinvented myself, so I'm completely immune to attacks now. Like if I take a hit, it's my own fault, right? It's that's it now. No attacks, no lies, even touch me. Just clapping seals. About a game making tips. Like what? You mean like getting the super chats or something? I'm not even sure exactly what you mean. Be a little less vague there, Miles. Be a little bit more direct so I can understand. That could mean 50 million fucking things, your comment. Because you made a game, have you ever thought about what a game making tips? Man, that could mean so many things. Jeez. That needs an explanation. I'm open to it. Give me the explanation. Just tell me exactly what you're trying to get at. That's so vague. That is so vague. I wouldn't even know. What, make a poker game? I'm not trying to insult you. That's so vague. I don't even know where to start with that one. But I'll let you add the details if you want. You can tell me what's up. You made a Skullhorn game. Do you have any tips for making a game like that? Oh, I have some videos that they're talking about that. I took 15 years to make mine. So when it comes to like tips making a game, it's the sandbox gimmick is a good starting point. Come up with some basic rules. Like start off with basic rules. That first off tip is basic rules, maybe even use a basic rule set that already exists, like AD&D to start with, and then decide, what. Because if you want to do your first game is going to help you. It's going to teach you to make other things. But something simple, what do you want to do? Like, do you want to do medieval fantasy? Do you want to do space? Do you want to do this? My sandboxing videos are great. They're fantastic. They're fucking fantastic. Now, you got to decide on what kind of gameplay you want. But that's, to me, it's all starting in the experiment zone, right? Start out with a basic rule set. You can change that, but you just need something that you can start with, right? So borrowing another game's basic mechanics doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt. That's just a starting point. So you have some mechanics to play with. And then you want to think, like, you go to the sandbox gimmick, come up with the setting idea, come up with the venture, and then from that brainstorming, from testing, you should be able to come to your ideas. If you're a little too vague out there right away, that's what you want to do. Just to learn. You want to start learning, how do I build an adventure? How do I build a setting? What rules can I change? And it's the experimenting part that you really need to learn. And once you do, it's hard to exactly explain how you're going to do it compared to how I want to do it. Right? Like, once you go beyond that, then it's really just about, like, it's like basic stuff. You start basic. You always start basic. You always start basic and build up from there. Like, okay, maybe you want to have a world. What's that? Or what kind of gameplay would you like? Would you like it to be spaceship? Would you like it to be this? So it varies, man. It varies. Like, every time when I approach modern, it was sort of coming up with a backstory to how the world would be set. And then I start thinking, sort of in terms of what do I want it to be? And then what kind of gameplay? Like, say old school D&D, they wanted to be mainly dungeon crawls. So what did they work on? Dungeon crawling. Like, if you actually look at old school D&D, and if you look at dungeon crawling is the method you'll use for every part of the game. Right? So, like, say you're traveling down a path, even in the forest. Just think about traveling down a hallway in a dungeon. There could be places off on the side here and here. So the structure of the dungeon for old school D&D is the entire game. Even if you take it up to the surface, it's almost like how you're going to play with surface play is going to be related to that structure of gameplay, moving around, having places to look here, encounters, the whole nine. So once you realize that dungeon play is the structure of gameplay, you'll realize that's where it's being put in. My general tip is to start simple, which is around players, very broad general framework with just much detail you need to play, wing it parts of the time, then stand beyond sessions and communicate with players. See, that's only that's more simplistic than I would go, Black Rose. You want to decide some basic things, like that's just thinking medieval fantasy. I would just say my sandboxing concepts are good. And no matter what you want to go to, you want to take those and a basic set of rules. That's it. And you can then change the rules that you're using, expand the rules to match the things you want to have happen, right? It will give you an idea. You probably don't even have to play forever. It's just the idea of starting to get stuff in your mind so you can start seeing things for what they are. Right? To do an explanation on the spot here would be no good. I'd have to come up with a really organized stream on that. Like, I'd have to really organize that out to explain tips, to really give you details. Because to give you a tip on the spot, it's just like, oh man, it's too vague. It's so that you're asking a question that is this. And so something that should take, somebody who's being honest with you should have to take about 2 hours of nonstop, really detailed explanation just to give you basic tips. Just to be able to make, like, even a tip needs an explanation. That's how fucking out there can be. Now, you can be very basic, but if you want to have more than basic, I don't like the idea of just giving you a very basic tip. Because even tips need an explanation. So it's like you need to set up a bunch of stuff and then get to here. Now, other people just don't care and they half-ass in their approach to making games. That's on them, dude. Maybe they'll give you tips to half-ass, right? Just an absolute minimum. One would need to expand the setting, of course. Systems must be agreed upon beforehand, characters made. And if you're the one making the thing, what your players think, the whole agreement from your players means nothing. I hate to say it. You just got to get players that are willing to help you experiment with your idea, right? I would do so much more, of course, but in a pinch, that approach works. I plan to once I get this update going. I'll be very happy to. I want to do a whole stream on it. So yeah. Look forward to that, right? I'm trying to get that done before the complete end of the summer. But yeah, when I put up the new updates for the new Neo TTRPG system, I want to do a whole stream, maybe a few videos on what it took, from the start of like many, many years ago until now, right? Where I started, how I got to here, the changes I made, the bumps in the road, the failures, the successes, the whatever the fuck, and talk about all of it and sort of put it into a whole, maybe a lineup of a few videos and a stream or two, and just put that into a playlist separate, like a podcast playlist where you can go check it out. Or if you're here, you can watch that stuff, right? But to vaguely talk about it, it would do it no justice. So that'd be, anytime you ask questions of people, always consider what you're asking too, because it's like, you can ask some questions where it's like, dude, unless I give you an answer that is about half-assing game design, that's the only way I can give you a quick answer. But it will be half-assed. I could tell you cheaply how to go make money and how to half-ass your process. But I don't give out that advice. I don't give out mediocre trash advice to anybody. It's not my cup of tea. It's like, look, there's enough mediocre people out there that have easy money, trash, half-assed advice for making games. If you want to clone, there's a lot of mediocre clone advice out there. So if you want trash advice, there's tons of it already exists. You're not going to come to me for that, right? And I will never lower myself to give out trash advice for making games, right? Just not doing it. That's one thing I want to make sure when I give out advice or ideas, that my advice or ideas are quality. That's the aim. So there's so many guys that already cover from trash, mediocre gaming advice to half-assing, to trash, mediocre fucking game design advice, or cloning advice, or cheap money-making advice. I'll let them cover it, man. There's enough of them. I don't even want to compete with them, right? And if you're a shallow person out there that wants to make a cheap, half-assed, clone, mediocre piece of trash, whatever, or you want to run a game in a trashy, mediocre way, well, fair enough, dude. You might not like me because I'm not really going to help you. On purpose, I'm not going to help you, right? It bores me. All right, I'm up here, and I want to keep that standard for myself. And no matter how well it does on YouTube, I'd rather slowly grow with credibility than to quickly grow with trash. That's why I don't do the yes man content. I don't do the rage bait content. And I don't do cheap bullshit, throwaway trash advice for gaming or for game design. So enough other people do it. They rapidly grow up very shallow fucking people that want to hear that stuff. Just not my cup of tea. Even if that is somehow the majority of people reacting at a certain point, go ahead. Though when I go look at what I consider, you don't always have to agree with it, but very detailed advice that is somewhat quality with explanation. You don't have to agree with Matt Colville, but he does these long streams. He does explanations on his stuff, no matter if you agree with him or not, right? I haven't always agreed with him on a lot of stuff, but it's the quality of what he's putting out there. The attempt to quality seems to get him a massive audience compared to the guys that are putting out trash. So it's not that I think I'll ever grow to where Matt Colville is, but I'd rather go after the silent majority that wants something other than trash than go after a very small, short ceiling of shallow, fucking cheap type people. Just not my cup of tea. I'm okay with that, right? So that's why I look at guys like Matt Colville and go, I'd rather aim towards something like that than to aim at this much smaller person who is cheap in their own right and want to give out cheap advice. And plus, it's like, why cover it? It's a dime a dozen, so I'm not even trying to insult people. If you're looking for that, it's already out there 500 times. The same cheap advice over and over and over again, put out by guys. You can go find it, repeat it, multiple videos, multiple streams of it. I don't need to be one of many, right? And there's very few guys that are doing what a guy like Matt Colville does. So very few of them, lots of the cheap stuff, right? So when you come here for my game, like how to run it and my character creation advice, I don't care if it doesn't sound like the next cheap piece of advice you get, but I guarantee my advice will be quality at the table. Like if you take anything I'm saying with advice and you go to the table, it works. And it will enhance it. And if you're not already doing what I say, it will enhance your experience. And I don't care if you tell me, well, I don't need advice. Well, I look at your table. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Because if you took it, you'd have a better experience with my stuff. So if you're here, it's not about building my ego up. It's about helping people. I really believe in giving back to the hobby. I really feel like when I was young, I was a troublemaker. And I met all these nerds that saved my life. And they made me care about this and take it serious. And so it's never been just some like video game toss away thing. I have a very deep connection to the hobby. And it took me away from trouble and saved my life. And I had guys that gave me advice for some of the best experiences I've ever had. Some of the best advice I ever got were from other people that really had a passion for this gaming. And I said, when I get older, I'm going to be like the adults that help me. I'm going to be the guy who comes in. It's not about kissing my ass or feeding my ego. It's about giving back. It's about giving back to people. I look at doing YouTube as, hey, if I do it here, and people take what I say and they try it at the table, it's going to work because I'm not going to bullshit people. But would people be willing to reward that rather than getting trash where somebody doesn't care about the hobby, they're selfish, they're egotistic, they're only here to build up themselves, and they toss the hobby and you under the fucking bus in a heartbeat to get a hit, which are a lot of guys, let's be honest. A lot of guys here would toss the entire hobby and everybody in it under the bus in a fucking heartbeat to get a hit, right? I would never do that to the hobby because it means something to me. So I want to be here and that's why I push old stuff that I think is quality that doesn't get pushed anymore. People are like, this is the way of the future. You got to give up, Steve. No, I don't have to. And these great experiences I had should be able to be optional for other people going forward. And I'll speak up and keep quality around, right? That's it. I just won't give you the cloning advice because that's money grab ideas. I don't give you pre-made adventures because that's money grab ideas. I don't believe in money grabbing in that way. So it never was my thing. And even when I use something that people accused me of doing money grab, which was not the intent of it, which say the AI stuff, the art that I was using a while ago, what did I do with my games? I went and removed pretty much all of it. Like, because I took their criticism serious. Other people put out stuff with AI art. People complain. Instead of taking the complaints serious, they ignore them and then just bitch at the people complaining. The difference is, and even though I've not been credited with this, the people that complain to me, I listened to them. I went and made changes. I did that. To this day, though, those same people never credit me with actually doing that while other people have just spit on them. They complain to other people, you do this AI thing. And the guys go, well, fuck you. And it's almost like the audience reminds me of a woman who will tell you, I don't like this kind of man, but that'd be the kind of man that she fantasizes about. The audience can act that way sometimes too. They'll go bitch at someone. That person will go fuck yourselves. I have no respect for you. I think you're trash. And somehow they'll be rewarding that content creator who still has no respect for them. All right. Sort of reminds me of the type of women that you'll see out there that will complain about a certain kind of man. But then when you go see the man they're dating, it's the kind of man they complain about. Some of the audience can confuse me that way. And it's when they don't credit you, when they give you a criticism and you make a change and they don't credit you for making the change, to me, that's terrible. Like, dude, then you don't care about the change. You just want to bitch. Like, and it proves it. If you cared about the change, you'd see the change I did and go, hey, man, that's a pretty good move. Right? I appreciate you took us serious. Because it would mean something to them. If they just wanted to bitch and they don't care about the change, but they just wanted to open their fucking mouth and run it, well, then even if you make the change, they'll just keep running their mouth on you. And when I made the change, all the people that were running their mouth kept running their mouth on me. So I'm like, you don't give a fuck about AI art. You don't give a fuck about, you just wanted to run your fucking mouth. Because if you cared and I make the change, you credit me. Nobody did. I mean, 0 fucking people did. Right? So it just makes me just not take people serious anymore. Not on the topic. Because I realize with the AI stuff, as much as I don't want to play tribe with that, I do realize at the same time, most of the people that complain about it, they're more about this than caring about the actual topic. I mean, the majority. They want to run their mouth so they have something to bitch about. But I'm like, okay, made a change over here. Still run their mouth. And then even weirder, they'll go watch the guy who told them to go fuck themselves. All right, guys, you don't give a fuck. Stop lying. Most of you don't give a fuck about the AI stuff. Stop lying to us. You want to run your fucking mouth and bitch. Let's be honest. That's what happened there. Now, I still take it serious, though, because I don't need them to stop running their mouth. I took the criticism serious. I still do. So I removed it, and I'm happy I did. All right, so I'm happy to have done it. I have no problem with that. And I think the criticism was right. It just saddens me that after making the change, which was right to do, and I agree with them. That's why I'm doing my own art instead of going to AI. So I agree with all these concepts, and I changed that. It's just disappointing to see them after I made the change. Just disappointing. I'm fine, right? I did the right thing. But it's disappointing to see them still running their mouth as if they don't, like, there was no give a fuck about the issue. It's like, well, then why'd you open your mouth to begin with? If you care, I get it. But if you're just doing it to have something to bitch about, it's like, okay, Karen. I don't give a fuck. Okay, Karen. A bunch of you were Karens. Just wanted to run your mouth. You didn't give a fuck about the issue. At least I care enough to make the change. So I'm still satisfied with the reaction I gave to the whole thing. But whatever. Right? The only thing I have up on the games right now is AI covers. Which my plan was, if I got enough to finance changing the covers, I would. But now, with the updates coming out at the end of the summer here, I will officially have real covers that I made for the games, right? So that's going to be that. So I'm happy. I'm happy to switch completely 100% over. And I'm warning people when I do the update on the Neo TTRPG System games, I have all this extended material, adventures and all that I made for either game, right? All this extended stuff, but I'll be removing all the extended stuff. So if you already, and I'll be upping the price. So if you have it right now, you can get the extended material, but it has some AI art in it, the extended material outside of the main core PDF for both games. But right now you can get both at a very cheap price with all this extended stuff. But when I put up the new updates, no AI art. It's going to be just core PDFs. No extended material. All of it's going away. So I'm taking it all down. And the next time you'll see extended material will be when I have new editions coming out for the games. So that will be that. There'll be a change in the way I put it out. No AI art, just core PDFs. That's all you're going to get, and the price is going up. So I'm working my ass off to make that happen. But part of the thing is I'm removing all the extra stuff. So if you have access to it now, download it. Keep it downloaded. Put it somewhere. Because once I make the changes, I'm taking it all down. And there'll be no more access to it. Right. And some of the extra stuff is really good, in my opinion. It's all detailed stuff. And most of it, pretty much all of it, would still work with what I'm going to be putting up. But there'll be new rules. I'll be taking a few things out of the game. So this will be sort of new additions and the price will go up. Now, if you've already paid the cheaper price for it, you'll be able to access this new core PDF right away. Right. You'll be able to at least get the PDF for free. right? If you've already paid the cheaper price, you'll already have access to it instantly. So good for you. At least the PDF, right? That's a bonus for paying the cheaper price now. But it will be up in price, and I won't be lowering it. And I'm not looking for it to sell like hotcakes or anything. It's just it's going to be higher price, and you can choose if you want to buy it or not. That will be it. And hopefully, I got to set up for printing as well, which will be a big game. But the new rules are awesome. What's taken me so long is game testing everything. So game testing the new rules, which are fucking mint. I'm very happy with the game testing. New rules are amazing. It's going to be a much more cleaner explanation. Like I'm cleaned up how to do the PDF and where to put stuff. So it's going to be a lot easier to use it. And even if you print it out, it's going to be a lot easier to use it. It's going to be mint. No AI, very clean core. Again, you can have access to this more highly cost version of it by getting the cheaper version now, right? So people have until I get the update done to get it at the cheaper price. And you get all this extended material that's going to be with it, because right now, all of it has like a pre-made adventures, extra material, all kinds of extra goodies are in there right now if you purchase. It's a bunch of material. You have to sort through it. Definitely, it's more the amateur approach I was taking, learning how to do the PDF, learning how to exactly put all this stuff together. So it's a bit of an amateur approach, but it still works. The whole fucking game is mint and works top to bottom, right? I tested the game, so even if you have the sort of amateur version of it right now, it's a 15-year game, tested game that works like fucking money, right? Works perfect. Works fucking perfect, right? So in a way, it's still worth quite a bit of money, even if you have it under the amateur thing, because if you took just what you have now, you can play it and have a great time. It works. But you got to learn things. And I had some people help me learn some things. Learn. Here I am at the end of learning, quite happy. And I told people I upgrade really fast. It's just I never spent my life learning PDF, so I just sort of start from scratch when I went to do this whole project after I finished the whole thing. And it's just, I learned pretty quickly. Because when I work at something, unlike a lot of people, I'm just not lazy. Like, people should be able to tell from the way I do YouTube, I'm not a lazy guy, like at all. I put work in, right? A lot of work in everything I do. So I consider myself one of the hardest working YouTube guys on here, period. You know, I don't care if you sit down, edit your fucking video, sit on your ass and edit your video for a fucking week. Sorry, dude, you're not working as hard as me. Not even close, right? I perform. I'm a performer, and I lean on my performance, right? I don't lean on cheap stuff. I don't do edits. I don't have words come across. The reason I can do that, though, the reason I don't worry about it as much as other people is put me up on the stage and I can entertain people, right? I can perform. I don't need all the cheap gimmicks somebody with less talent would need to trick the audience and grow as if they have something more than what they have to offer you. Just saying. Again, it's like any of these guys on YouTube, if suddenly they were offered more money, brought into a bigger place to do more work, most of them I see around would flop right away. So either you have it or you don't. That's just how that works. And people can get mad at me sometimes for saying that stuff, but I'm like, well, am I wrong? If I take this guy and put him in a more professional environment, how would it go? Done. Because he doesn't have it to be there. That's why. That is why. It's like I'm not a big fan of Bill Maher, but people will be like, well, he's an amateur comedian. How did he get to doing something? I'm like, yeah, but it's the performance on stage. He's the guy that has it. That's why he does the show and gets big money. And that's, you got to have that to be able to take care of your shit, right? And my interviews were all money. I've had people attack me, lie, sabotage every attempt to to do an interview that they could. But people need to desperately do that to a guy like me to hold me down. They have to lie, they have to attack, they have to pull shit off. They have to crucify me to hold me back because you let me slip through with anything, and right away people be like, oh, he did a good job. Yeah, I know. They try to see people that have less talent than me always want to bring me down because it's like they can barely keep up. All right. So it's like, I get it. But if you let me squeeze through with something right away, you'll be like, oh shit, he has talent. Yeah. It takes a lot of attacking to smother me. And even that doesn't exactly work. And I'll be accused of everything, buying subs, doing this, doing that, because nobody wants to, well, they don't want to believe it. They just bullshit. It's all about holding me down to make themselves seem like they're up here. Right. But I'm like, let me squeeze through with the tiniest thing. Just give me a slight moment from your attacks and lies and everything. And I do an interview and suddenly people are like, oh shit, he did really good. I'm like, yeah, it took a lot of attacks to prevent me from doing good. But if I slide through and just get one, you get to see it. Right. Philo is here. Here for the Mystara, dude. It's going to be fun. I'm going to start that in 10 minutes, guys. Just to let you know, we have Miles here, Black Rose, and Philo. So in 10 minutes, we're going Mystara. And Odyssey, even though I have it in the title, I don't want you guys to be confused. Odyssey, and I'll explain that in the rundowns too. Odyssey itself is not an expansion of Mystara. It's a product line of expansion material. So there is expansion material, but it's not called Odyssey. It's just the name of the line of the products, right? Savage Coast is an expansion. And I'll give you guys, again, a little, well, they're here talking to me. Let's see. So here's a little hint on something interesting about Mystara, little meat to get you guys interested. There's a thing like a Hollow Earth thing with Mystara. And it's like a living museum. So what do I mean by living museum? In Mystara, these champions took civilizations that were about to die out. Instead of letting them die out, they put them in this Hollow Earth place. So when you go to them, these are civilizations that should be dead. But they're protected in this Hollow Earth place, right? Maybe Miles was talking to somebody else. Peak, which army? Eating chips, drinking cola, and holding baby. Hey, baby. What's up, baby? I'm glad it's a baby. Baby won't care. And I won't be, I don't really curse her too much in that vein. So you're pretty much safe. Don't worry. That's Black Rose was surprised a few nights here when I've cursed because he'll hear me curse a bit. And I can curse up a storm, but I practice usually not cursing. So it's good to know that I've gotten a better reputation over most of my streams with not cursing, where even Black Rose, he hears like the F word come up. It's like, oh man, you cursed. I'm like, well, I'm a natural dude, but I've been pretty good at holding back. And I get really good with holding back on content. But we're at like less than 10 minutes. Oh. Okay. Cool. I play Space Marines. I wonder if Miles thinks he's in a different chat right now. Hey, Miles, I don't know if you're mean that for somebody else or, oh, you want to know what? Maybe it's somebody I blocked. That happens. I can't see everyone speaking when it's people I blocked. That's probably what's happening here. I don't know, guys. Maybe somebody I blocked off. That could be happening for Miles. He's talking to somebody who got blocked. These things happen. So I'm going to have one more of these. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, people are welcome to watch. I don't care. I have hate watchers. I have people I don't like watching. I have all kinds. I mean, they're welcome to watch. I entertain people, even people I don't like. It's part of the gimmick. I'm a YouTuber. So I don't mind. Go ahead and watch all you want, but yeah. Yeah, Miles. There's a reason. We won't go into it. I'll be nice. That's what I had to say about that the other night. It's quite clear to him, the position. So, yeah, I'm going to finish this. When I finish this, I'm officially going to start the topic. That's the way we're going to call it. I'm going to bother timing it at this stage. When this is done, we'll start. Think of this like the hourglass. Not an hourglass, more like a 10-minute or so glass. See, that's what happens with me with some people. They just, I wish people would get it with me. It'd be nice. It'd be really nice. It's like, look, I'd like to interact with a lot of people, but when you try to crucify me or you play along with trying to crucify me, I don't forgive that stuff, dude. I do not forgive. I do not forgive. I'm not like, again, I just don't care about this stuff, but I don't forgive. So, oh shit, talk to whoever you want. But Miles, when I start talking about this, it's really up to you. But I mean, if you keep talking about Warhammer in chat while I'm talking about this, I'll goodbye. Because you won't be filling my chat up with Warhammer talk while I'm covering Mystara. Sorry, dude. And that's a respect thing. Either you respect that or not. I don't care. All right, it's up to you. I can be nice to you, but it's a back and forth thing, right? It's a respect thing. I don't need somebody in the chat talking about Warhammer separate from my fucking stream. You'll be able to sit down. I'll make that disappear real quick. No hate on with you. I'm just telling you the truth. And you know me. I'm pretty fucking straightforward, right? So go ahead and talk about it for a minute. But I do not fucking play games like other fucking people do here. And I put this up on the screen. It's focus on the topic. And if you want to talk to me about that, that's good. If you want to talk to other people about Mystara while I'm talking about it, that's good. If it turns into Warhammer chat going up like this, that will disappear. Oh, yeah, because it's a lack of respect. So I'll make you disappear for that reason. But if you're cool and respect what's going on here, that's cool. Respect the stream, respect the chat. It's a privilege that I let people in here to talk, and you already know how I feel about that. So I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm just very straightforward, and I'm an old school game master, so don't be surprised about how forward I am. If it's another night, we can talk about it. If it's off script, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. But if I'm going into do my coverage on Mystara, it just turns into fucking Warhammer, and it's pretty much ignoring what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. I mean, that could just have some fucking respect, guys. You're grown people. I shouldn't have to tell you anything. It's just common courtesy. I don't pussyfoot around like other people. Yes, I seen your cola, your munchie, and the baby. Hey, baby. I said hi, baby. Hi to the baby. I know you're taking care of the kid. If you like, if I understand, but I don't see you popping up right away. You got a kid thing going on, but make sure you can listen in if you can. I want you to hear this. It's going to be good. And I'm starting early on purpose so we can get this done before you're ready to crash out. Right? Hey, baby. Doing the baby thing. Hey, if it gives you the right to be here and listen, hey, baby. Sorry about the if I cursed there a bit there for a minute. Sorry. I apologize. I don't know if I did. But don't worry, we'll go through the rundown. Won't be a cursing. All right, great. Well, you can do it when I'm smoking here. I don't care. Talk about it for a minute. Just take a breather. When I start this, though, he'll tell you for sure. He has the pigeon. I'll even add to the chat for a second. I play the Imperial Guard. I won't say much more beyond that because I've done some content on off script. Now you guys can bring. Remember, off script is exactly for this model, so I purposely do that. So on a night where you guys just want to randomly talk about stuff, that door is wide open. Or if you talk about it a good hour or so before I get into the topic, I don't care, right? Oh, I tried to look at the side here a bit more, Black Rose. Sorry, I do get caught up on these things going through. I hear you. Oh, of course. I'm pretty sure if we were meeting, it wouldn't be the case. I wouldn't be around the baby, or at least not around the baby smoking. I hear you. Geez, that would be cruel. You would never have to ask me not to do something like that. I would just assume this. They are, but they're one of the weaker armies too. So you got to do a lot of my statement on this. You got to do a lot of shooting, and less melee. And one of the great things, if you're smart about it, is you got to take some losses, but it's drawing guys out from coverage by taking a loss by getting beat up a bit and then shooting the piss out of them. Right? You got to do a lot of shooting with the Imperial Guard. They're cool, but a lot of people don't use them. That was the reason when I played Warhammer, a bunch of the guys had different armies, but they all had little bits of Imperial Guard. And I didn't have to go buy an army. They were able to, like, this guy had so much, this guy had so much, and they put all their pieces together, and it was enough for me to have an army. Right? So I was able to borrow all these miniatures of Imperial Guard guys and then have an Imperial Guard army. And that was because I wasn't a big war gamer when I tried it out. I did 23 wars at the time, way back in the old school, right? Era. I tried 23 wars with them. My deal was to get them to play Dungeons and Dragons for the first time. They had never tried a tabletop role-playing game before. So they agreed that if I did some wars with them, not so much campaigns, but just sort of focus on wars with not straight on kill each other to the end, but the old, you need to achieve this or that or whatever. Have these little wars with the Imperial Guard. And so I was able to get an army from all these guys piecing their stuff together, which was cool. Tomb Kings, Orcs, Chaos, Undivided Beastmen. A 4th edition, I was Undib player in Orcs and Goblins mostly. I know, yeah. Black Rose loves his Undead. Tomb Kings are cool. I know, but some of this, he knows of the 4th edition. I don't know so much about 4th edition. He knows way more about the lore than I do. Because that was one thing, I just never got into the lore. And it was so hard for me to even do a write-up on the lore. Trying to put that together like I would a tabletop role-playing game was a bit different. That was unique when I tried that one. That completely just was not good. I was not happy with the whole thing. But yeah, I suck in the lore. I haven't even tried now. I am going to try purposely the Warhammer tabletop role-playing game. I don't know how soon I'll get a chance to really have a shot at that, but I will at one point. But yeah. I've heard of Mordheim. I know what you're talking about. I know of what you're talking about. Yes, I know what you're talking about. D&D parties find each other like Warhammer Fantasy World. Yeah. Birthright. Now, here's the thing. If you got my Skullhorn game, you go look and you'll realize I have war rules. Naval war rules. I'm serious. War rules and even sort of siege war rules, which I'll be advancing. Actually, I'll do the work start tomorrow on that on my day off here. I'm actually going to start in the war rules, advancing it for war, which is a lot of people don't realize if they've not read into my Skullhorn that I have war rules for that game. But yeah, Birthright, the setting Birthright for D&D, if you go into that, you can do war. in Birthright, because it is about armies and stuff like that, and they actually do lean into the war roots of old school D&D. Bill Shear, did you see my response to you? I'm doing it in July. Bunnies and burrows. I know exactly what you're talking about. Very, very old stuff, right? Very old stuff, but I am in July. So yes, I did respond to your comment. I don't know if you went back and checked that out. I don't know if that came up for you, but I did. So Bill Share, I will be taking care of bunnies and burrows. I've heard that mentioned so many times in my chat that I was like, I know the game, but I forgot a lot about the game. So even though I have experienced the game, it's almost like needing to relearn and just go back and read it again and just go, man, that was so vague for me when I tried it, because I tried it as a player. I was like, what's that game, buddy? that's how quick my run through was on that. So I had to go back and learn that. But I wrote a thing out for it. So now I need to edit that a bit, but I'm going to do it in July. Cult of the Possessed, that's more of the ungood stuff. Furries and burrows, pretty much. But it's old school, Philo. I don't mind it. I got it's actually not bad. It's actually not, the idea of it's not bad. It's always been something people want to do. Animals, role play, that part makes sense. To me, it does. And I don't even see it as kiddie. I actually think you can, if you're a real creative, you could do some really awesome stuff with that. And even you, Philo, I guarantee. If I said, here, make rats the bad guys, do this, like, you could fucking do it. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. If we're creative, we can do some really fantastic stuff with these ideas, right? So it's not bad in the essence of where it comes from. I sort of get it, right? And I was a guy who grew up watching some of the old cartoons and stuff like that. So I get why the idea of this stuff would appeal to people. I do. It just makes sense to me. And it makes sense to me that you could even have a very mature, ironically mature look on the whole game, right? It just makes sense to me. Now, remember, before modern day stuff that we talk about now, if you go back like 15 years ago and talked about this, we all liked talking about creative stuff. We'd be way less picky. It's everyone's more sensitive on topics now than they ever have been before. Way more. Okay, guys, here we go. You ready? Well, hope you're ready, because I'm going to start. Okay, Mystara. Influences and birth of the setting. Mystara occupies a unique place in D&D history because it was not originally conceived as a single unified campaign world. Unlike Greyhawk or Forgotten Realms, which began as dedicated settings, Mystara evolved gradually through adventures, box sets, maps, supplements published for Dungeons, basic Dungeons and Dragons, sandboxing before they started pushing sandboxing out. So I told you, Mystara and many things that you see in D&D all come from pure sandboxing. So if you go to my sandboxing videos, I don't want to get too far away from this. When I say this is how they made their adventures, this is how they made their settings, I detail out exactly what designers did. So if you're a designer or somebody wanting to create something just for yourself at home with your own group or make your own setting, my sandbox video is fucking money. That's money. That will make it that you don't need a module and you don't need a setting. You can do it all for free and do something fucking grand for free, no cost. Right? This is how they made their stuff, right? That's why Gary Gygax made comments like, I hope, at one point the customers don't realize that they don't need us. Like, he doesn't want them to realize they don't need me. They don't need TSR. Sandboxing sort of gives that away, right? Anyway. Over time, what began as a teaching tool for new players became one of TSR's largest and most detailed campaign setting. Yes, Mystara, strangely, was originally thought of as a teaching tool, like teaching material to teach people how to play the game. The birth of Mystara, the roots of Mystara can be traced back to the early years of basic Dungeons and Dragons. In fact, me, in the late 1970s and early 1980s. When TSR created the basic and expert box sets, they needed sample locations where new players could learn wilderness exploration, dungeon adventures, and campaign play. Rather than creating a massive world immediately, designers introduced small pieces of a setting as they were needed. The first major step came with X1, The Isle of Dread, 1981. This adventure is often considered the true beginning of what would become Mystara. Included with the module was a map showing a larger region known as the known world. Instead of presenting a complete globe, TSR revealed only a portion of the world, leaving vast areas unexplored. This approach encouraged discovery and expansion both for players and for TSR designers. Over the following years, additional adventures gradually added new kingdoms, nations, and cultures. What began as scattered locations slowly evolved into a coherent campaign setting. From the known world to Mystara, for many years, the setting was simply called the known world. This name reflected the fact that only a portion of the planet had been mapped and explored. Early products focused on regions. As TSR continued developing the setting, more continents, islands, and hidden regions were revealed. By the late 1980s and early 1990s, the world had expanded far beyond the original map. The name Mystara was eventually adopted for the entire planet, while the original region remained known as the known world. The Gazetteer Revolution, however you want to pronounce that. While the setting existed before the Gazetteers, the famous Gazetteer series transformed Mystara into a fully realized world. Beginning in 1987, each Gazetteer focused on specific nations or culture. Instead of presenting generic fantasy kingdoms, the book explored politics, religion, trade, military organizations, local customs, regional adventures. The Gazetteers gave Mystara a depth rarely seen in fantasy settings at the time. Many fans still consider them some of the TSR's finest world-building products. Teaching new players. One of the strongest influences of Mystara was the educational design. Many fantasy settings originated as campaign worlds first and published products second. Mystara often developed into the opposite direction. The setting was frequently designed to help new players learn exploration, wilderness travel, domain play, dungeon adventures, campaign management. As a result, many regions possess clear identities and obvious adventure opportunities. The setting was designed to be accessible and easy to understand. Cool. We're just getting started there, Black Rose. Lots more to come. But I hear you. I hear you. Historical cultures. Mystara became famous for building nations around recognizable historical inspirations. While many fantasy settings borrow from history, Mystara often made those influences unusually clear. Examples include a location drawing heavily from Rome and the Byzantine era, a location drawing from the Mongol Empire, a location drawing from the Viking culture, a location drawing from the medieval Arab cultures, a location drawing from the crusading knightly orders, a location drawing from the merchant republic traditions. This approach gave every nation a distinct identity and made the world easy for DMs to understand and present. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Pulp adventure fiction. Like early D&D itself, Mystara inherited strong pulp adventure influences. The setting embraces lost civilization, ancient ruins, hidden kingdoms, uncharted islands, strange monsters, forgotten secrets. Many Mystara adventures feel closer to classic adventures fiction than later epic fantasy stories. Exploration and discovery remain central themes throughout the setting. With a true sing spell. I'd rather not. People are free to talk about it, say whatever they want. It's not like they can ruin this. Actually, the more they want to talk about Mysteria and promote it, it's cool. I know the guys that are old school that where we don't get along. I know a lot of them like this. They're not going to be here and disrespecting Mysteria because I talk about it. So go ahead, talk about it, tell things. Go ahead, promote it. That's what I want to do. That's the whole point of this. I love the fucking setting. Right? I'm not here to disrespect Mysteria. I'm here to fucking tell you something good about it because I think it's fucking grand. Hollow Earth fiction. One of Mysteria's most distinctive inspirations comes from classic Hollow Earth stories. Inspired by works such as those of Edgar Rice Burroughs, TSR eventually revealed that the planet itself was hollow. Inside the world existed lost civilizations, ancient cultures, preserved species, entire hidden nations. This became the basis of the hollow world setting and remains one of Mysteria's most unique features. Remember when I told you there's this place where potentially the civilizations that would have died out were put like a living museum? That's the Hollow Earth place, right? We'll get into all this stuff as we go forward. Okay, science fantasy. Mysteria contains far more science fantasy elements than many people initially realized. The setting includes ancient technologies, lost machines, advanced civilizations, magical technology, catastrophic forgotten science. Unlike many fantasy worlds that keep such elements hidden, Mysteria openly embraces them as part of its history. This gives the setting a unique flavor that blends traditional fantasy with science fiction concepts. The legacy of Blackmore. Now, many of you know Blackmore. It was used in the creation of D&D by one of the main developers, Dave Arneson. Perhaps the most important source of Mysterious science fantasy heritage is Blackmore. Originally created by Dave Arneson, Blackmore was eventually incorporated into Mysterious' distant past. Within Mysterious' history, Blackmore became an incredibly advanced civilization whose technology exceeded anything seen in the present age. Its destruction triggered a catastrophic event that reshaped the world. The ruins and legacy of Blackmore became one of the defining foundations of Mysterian history. This connection also linked Mysteria directly to one of the oldest campaign settings in D&D history. Basic D&D's campaign philosophy. Mysteria reflects the philosophy of basic D&D more strongly than perhaps any other setting. The focus is generally on exploration, adventure, discovery, building kingdoms, establishing strongholds, long-term campaign play. Characters are not assumed to be destined heroes. Instead, they earn their place in the world through their actions. The setting encourages players to explore a living world rather than follow a predetermined narrative. Yep. That is the connection right there between Blackmore and that. They actually connected. It becomes one of the more advanced things in the history of Mysteria. It was a great way to bring that into D&D products. It was a great way to not forget it or leave it in the past. Hey, Zay, we're just going to the first part of the coverage so far, just doing the fluff right now on the basic of Mysteria. Got some good stuff so far. In the olden days, I was so locked into various campaigns of Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, and Ravenloft, and later Warhammer that I really haven't gotten around for many other settings. Black Rose, I'm going to make you want to run this fucking thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, and this will work with second edition like breathing air. It's made to love the philosophy of Beckme. Don't get it wrong. It is made from the Beckme mindset and design, right? But geez, man. The skip over Mysteria. This is why I say it. To me, it was great, but it wasn't sold well. It's like fantastic, but not sold well. Fucking brilliant, but not sold well. Should have done as good as Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, or Dragonlance, or even Ravenloft. Didn't. I just personally, when I look back in time, when I research this, one of the continuous things that come up to me is It's before AD&D 1E. It's why they're still learning to be a company and sell shit. So it's one thing to put out D&D and get lucky with some sales, right? That's just it's selling itself, right? But the company needed to get better at selling stuff. Become a member, right? You can buy merch. You can send me copies. You can make sure you're sub to the channel. Make sure to press the like button on any content that you like. Don't forget to do that stuff because it just tells other people okay, there's more people that like this. More people will be, inspired to want to see it, right? But really just making sure you sub. If you want to become a member, you can. It's helpful, right? Becoming a member is really good. But if you really want to, you can buy merch. Oh, we'll get to the Immortals. I'm just hitting there. Like Mystara until they destroyed it with the Wrath of Immortals. Everybody has their opinions. To me, you can put stuff aside, whatever way you want. But I do like old Mystara. It's just something I wouldn't want people to forget. Like, there's so much magic here. I think you would agree, Bill. There's so much magic. To ignore this is it's a shame. It's a shame that, especially old school guys like ourselves, Bill, for people to have missed out even trying this. That's painful. Like, it's like, just give it a shot, dude. Just at least try it. Know what it is before you walk away on this thing, right? Welcome, Zeg. Many great people on tonight. Philo, Miles is here. Yep. And Bill, we got Bill here, right? So we got everybody here. We got a lot of people here. I imagine some other people are watching. Hope Craig is watching. Craig's probably watching. But either way, the Immortals, another distinctive aspect of Mystara, is its treatment of divine powers. Now, this is something where Bill has a bit of an issue with Immortals. I'm just going to be real. I'm going to tell you what it is, right? People have various opinions on this stuff. Rather than focusing primarily on traditional gods, the setting emphasizes being known as immortals. These are individuals who achieved immortality through extraordinary accomplishments and power. This concept became central to Mystara's cosmology and high-level play. It's a very famous bit. So Bill's not talking about something that's not well known to anyone who knows Mystara. It's also reinforced one of the setting's reoccurring themes. Great individuals can change the course of history. It's back at a time before there was a lot of balance. The whole point of Immortals was, look, before AD&D, you could become gods. Now, everyone knows this about old school D&D, especially Beckme, right? Some people said that got out of hand, right? So this is probably where Bill has some issues with this, but it still doesn't take away from what Mystara is overall. I guarantee. It's something where if you felt like it was harming, it doesn't mean I disagree with Bill here, so I'm not taking sides, but it's something you can adjust. You can adjust away from that just so you can still try Mystara. Thank you for that one, Stephen. You might be plant some seeds of suggestions in my mind, making me throw aside 2 campaigns, jumping straight into this one. Joke aside, though, I'm sponging this. Even if you take ideas from this, but yes, this is something you don't ignore. You're old school. Don't ignore this. Mystara became important. Mystara became the primary campaign setting associated with Beckme, or basic, right, line of Dungeons and Dragons. While advanced Dungeons and Dragons became associated with the settings such as Greyhawk, Dragonlance, Forgotten Realms, basic D&D had Mystara. By the early 1990s, the setting had expanded into a vast world featuring dozens of nations, ancient empires, political intrigue, flying ships. Wait till we get to more details on that, and it's coming. Lost technology, immortals, hidden civilizations, that's the Hollow Earth, and the Hollow World itself. Mystara was born gradually through the products of basic D&D rather than being designed as a complete setting from the beginning. Its greatest influences were educational game design, historical cultures, pulp adventure fiction, Hollow Earth stories, the legacy of Blackmore, and basic D&D's emphasis on exploration and long-term campaign play. The Gazetteers transformed a collection of adventure locations into richly detailed world, while concepts such as the Immortals, the Hollow World, and Blackmore gave Mystara a unique identity unlike any other TSR setting. Just don't play per and keep it earlier in the timeline and truly magical. See, Bill gets it. Exactly, Bill. I'm glad you at least see the magic and mystery overall. It's I get some of my fellow nerds will sometimes get to certain issues with things, but it's like fair enough, fair enough. There's issues there, but I agree, Bill. Some of the stuff is a little out there, but like you said, backtrack a bit, and there's magic. There, that's a real thing. That, like Mysteria is fucking awesome. Let's be real with ourselves. It is fucking awesome. And if you got sick of generic Forgotten Realms, baby, this is something you want to try, right? Oh yeah, the games, especially Mister. I got Black Rose looking at so many games. He's like, I want to try this. I want to try this. I'm like, yeah, I know. Okay. Mysterious later era. The Savage Coast, Red Steel, and the Wrath of the Immortals. Just got to make sure we're covering everything here, right, Bill? Regardless. To be clear about Odyssey, I want to be clear about this. When people mention Odyssey era Mysteria, they're usually referring to Mysteria products released under TSR's Odyssey imprint. So I just want to be clear about this. Odyssey is not an expansion, right? Because I've heard a lot of people say, have you got the Odyssey expansion? I'm like, there is no such thing, dude. There's products that have this Odyssey imprint on them, right? But these products, these separate names, are the actual expansions, not Odyssey, right? When most people think of Mysteria, they think of the Gazetteers, the known world, Kara Mikos, Glantry, Thiatis, and the classic basic D&D era. During the 1990s, however, TSR began exploring new parts of the world and advancing the setting beyond the original Gazetteer period. This later era focused heavily on the Savage Coast, the Red Curse, global exploration, and the major world-changing events such as Wrath of the Immortals. The Savage Coast was a vast region located west of the known world. Although it had appeared on maps for years, it remained largely unexplored until TSR began developing it in detail during the 1990s. The region differed dramatically from much of the traditional Mysteria. Its inspirations included Renaissance Spain, Renaissance Portugal, the Age of Exploration, colonial, frontier, swashbuckling fiction, maritime adventures. Rather than focusing primarily on dungeon expeditions, many Savage Coast campaigns revolve around exploration, colonization, political rivalries, trade, naval adventures, frontier survival. The atmosphere often feels closer to the age of conquistadors, explorers, privateers, and musketeers than the traditional medieval fantasy. The Red Curse. The defining feature of the Savage Coast is the Red Curse. The supernatural force affects nearly everyone living within the region. Unlike a simple magical disease, the Red Curse grants supernatural abilities while simultaneously imposing dangerous consequences. Those affected often develop powers known as legacies. These abilities can provide, make sure, these abilities can provide remarkable advantages, but the curse continues to worsen over time. To survive, inhabitants rely upon a rare magical substance known as cinnabril. Cinnabril helps delay the curse's harmful effects and becomes one of the most valuable resources in the region. This creates one of the most distinctive campaign concepts in D&D. Power always comes at a cost. Red Steel. Closely tied to the Red Curse is the mysterious metal known as Red Steel. The red material became one of the region's defining features. Weapons and equipment forged from Red Steel possess unusual properties and are highly prized throughout the Savage Coast. The relationship between Red Steel, cinnabril, and the Red Curse gives the region a unique identity unlike any other area of Mysteria. The setting became so strongly associated with these concepts that many fans remember the Savage Coast through the famous Red Steel campaign material. Okay. a different kind of Mysteria. The Savage Coast demonstrated just how flexible Mysteria could be. While the known world often focused on traditional fantasy kingdoms and frontier adventuring, the Savage Coast emphasized exploration, discovery, cultural conflict, maritime travel, colonial expansion, strange magical phenomena. It remains one of TSR's most unusual, ambitious regional settings. I don't want to skip any detail here. Champions of Mysteria, very important stuff. Before the major setting events of the 1990s, TSR had already begun expanding Mysteria beyond the traditional gazetteer regions. One of the most important products was Champions of Mysteria. This box set encouraged campaigns that operate on a much larger scale. It introduced concepts such as flying ships, long-distance exploration, distant regions, global adventures, rather than remaining focused entirely on the known world. Players were encouraged to explore the wider planet. In many ways, Champions of Mysteria helped prepare the setting for its later development. Now, I want to be clear. I'm going through fluff right now, the Savage Coast. I just did Mysteria before this. I have a worth mentioning area. So if you think I'm skipping over stuff, I promise you, most likely, if you're a Mysteria fan, when I get to the worth mentioning area, I'm going to hit on everything I feel like just didn't fit in the exact, fluff area, the sort of the introduction of these things, right? These are extended things that were very important to the overall setting and the extended material. It's just, I want to make sure you sort of know the basics before we get there. Wrath of the Immortals. The most significant Mysteria product of the era was Wrath of the Immortals. For Mysteria, this served as a role similar to major setting changing events seen elsewhere in TSR's product line. The box set advanced the timeline, introduced large-scale conflict involving the Immortals themselves. The focus shifted from local kingdoms and regional politics towards events capable of affecting the entire world. It expanded Mysteria's cosmology, explored the Immortals in greater detail, and moved the setting beyond the status quo established during most of the Gazetteer era. Some fans enjoyed the larger scale and evolving storylines, while others preferred more regional focus of earlier Mysteria products. We have an example of that with Bill here. So, Bill, I knew you existed before you ever spoke up. Just saying, out of respect. I went over what a lot of different people had to say about this. Some like certain expansion stuff. Some didn't like it, right? So there's other people just like yourself with the same opinions you have, Bill. And trust me, I knew that long before I get to this point, right? The evolution of Mysteria. The later years of Mysteria did not replace Gazetteer era, but it built upon it. The setting expanded into several directions beyond the known world, into global exploration, into immortal politics, into large-scale historical events, into more experimental regional concepts. Products such as Champions of Mysteria, the Savage Coast material, Red Steel, and the Wrath of the Immortals showed a world that was growing larger and more interconnected than ever before. The later era of Mysteria explored new directions while remaining connected to the setting's foundations. The Savage Coast introduced Renaissance-inspired adventures, the Red Curse, Legacies, Cinnabril, and the Red Steel, creating one of TSR's most distinctive campaign regions. At the same time, products such as Champions of Mysteria and Wrath of the Immortals broadened the scope of the setting, encouraging global exploration and world-shaping events. Together, these products represent the final major phase of Mysteria's development and demonstrate how far the setting evolved from a small map first seen in the Isles of Dread. Okay. The next piece I have coming up, we're at pause time. The next piece I have coming up is how to run Mysteria. So it's my advice as a DM, right? So it's going to be some more personal stuff. Like this stuff is all what the designer said, what the market said, what was said about Mysteria at the time. It took me a while to find all this, what people said in interviews about Mysteria, how it developed. And Mysteria is a great example of something developing from nothing in a gradual way. And what are the guys doing at TSR when they're building this up? This is sandboxing. Oh, Bill, I love you. I love you. Open-minded nerd like yourself. Some guys can be very picky, but I love that you have that attitude too. That you can be picky, but you're just like, man, you get it. Mysterious fun. And if somebody has fun with the Immortals with it, you're fucking cool, dude. Just try Mysteria. That's my attitude too. Mysteria is something you should never just let slide by. Right? It's just something that should never just be thrown under the rug or forgotten about. It's a really the ideas. If you're just say you're an idea stealer, like even if you don't want to, like if you just to try Mysteria, there's so many ideas you can pick up and take. A game designer, if you're a game designer, geez, there's so much, and there's so much inspired by Mysteria. We have to remember that there's a lot of stuff that came later that if you look back and you go, I wonder where that came from, where did that idea come from? Mysteria. Like it was impactful for the people that did love it, like yourself. When people love Mysteria, they loved it, like genuinely for real. Everyone I know, it doesn't matter if they like the Immortals or didn't like the Immortals, every fucking fan of Mysteria are a cult following. There's another YouTuber I know that has I don't know his name. I just know from years ago. I watched his channel a few times, watched some of his videos, but he did nothing but Mysteria videos. Now, he doesn't have like a massive following, but the guy's able to hold up a channel just off of Mysteria. Like it's just one thing. And the guy can hold up a YouTube channel. That tells you that even though it didn't sell as well as other settings, for the people it did sell to, man, it kept them. And that got to tell you there's something special about that setting. Forgotten Realms does not have that. Forgotten Realms is generic and you can keep pushing it as just a place to game. Mysteria, man, when it latched onto someone, it had you. All right. That got to tell everyone here that there's, like, and Bill said, he said it earlier, there's magic. Magic meaning let yourself try Mysteria. Don't just hear me talk about it. I hope I promote it well. Now I'm going to give you some advice to run it. And the reason I cover or appreciate it, Mysteria, is because just like many people, I tried it and went, oh, that's really fucking awesome. Now, I'm just a guy who extends myself out there so much that sooner or later I got to go my own way and try different things. But I know most Mysteria guys I know are guys that just have fucking played with that thing for decades. Like it's like I know one Mysteria guy that has never tried Forgotten Realms or Ravenloft or Dragonlance. I'm like, let me guess, you just played Mysteria. He's like, yeah. Jeez. Yeah, I know guys like you. But that's how good Mysteria is. You can do anything. Like it has something for everything. And to introduce the Hollow Earth gimmick, man, that's something you don't want to introduce right away. But when you pop that on people, that's such a like I put that meat on the bone right away because I knew that would just get people like Hollow Earth, you a living museum. Yeah. And there's even something about a flying ship here. I get the name of it in detail, and it's the worth mentioning part. I mentioned flying ship, but it's a very special piece of Mysteria. Mysteria just has a lot of love, a lot more love than most people would realize. That's why I want to introduce it to more of a wider audience, right? I want more people that are more in the center zone to hear about it so they can try it, especially new school people. Hey, if you think the old school head is old, I'm just like, let me straighten you out on that. Just think, old school Beck me, you could play gods. So if you think like, oh, 5e, you can play hero characters and they're really tough. I'm like, well, Beck me is it's challenging at the start. There's no doubt. But wait till you get later. Forget heroes. You can play gods. Beck me is fucking awesome. I love Beck me. Now, I have a preference because I came in DMing with second edition. I do. I just be real. Second edition AD&D is my preference. But if you sit here and ask me, do I hate the older editions? Any of them? No, I love AD&D 1E. I love the ideas and like assassins and all that. But I really have a special love. And anyone who goes to my Beck me coverage on my stream for Beck me will know right away. I love fucking Beck me. Welcome to the Mystara channel. Because I'm promoting Mystara. No, it's not good. It's a one shot, but there is a Mystara channel. Don't forget, Knights of Dark Terror module ranked as 10th list of the best modules. I'm not a module guy, and I actually didn't know that. So actually, thanks for mentioning that, Bill. That's what I love. I love drawing fucking people that know their shit. I always love drawing people here because they bring something to the fucking street. Everybody knows my chat always brings greats. Most of my chat, if you listen to it most of the time, it's magic, right? They get things I'm not even mentioning, some things they know. I always draw experienced guys here from Cyberpunk with Philo or like Rollmaster with Philo. Everybody usually ends up here is experienced guys. And they usually got lots of fucking gold nuggets to fucking throw down about gaming. Thank you. You're a module guy. That's good. Module people out there will appreciate hearing about that. And that's the top 10. I know there's so many modules. That's a credible fucking top 10. Yeah. There's so many of them that the fact that there's one on the top 10, that's actually a credible thing. So that's pretty fucking incredible. Right. But yeah, I didn't know about that one. But see, I love drawing fucking experienced people here. They leave gems, they drop gems. That's why I tell people that are watching the streams when I'm covering a game, follow the chat too. There's money there. I happen to draw fucking very credible people around me. You can be an expert yet. I love the way Bill puts that. That's exactly it, Bill. Why be basic or advanced when you could be an expert? Which is I totally get that, and I love that. I love that statement. Heard about that one too, but really never played too much modules. Same here. It has happened, but never run a module myself outside of tournament and convention. I just did the sandboxing thing, and that I don't want to insult module people. There's a lot of guys out there that the players enjoy modules. I never harp on players, and some DMs out there were credible DMs that ran the modules, and I don't care if you did the tournament play. Just look, guys, you know my opinions. I'm not going to bring them up now. I know timing, social timing, it's not appropriate. So, and I like Bill a lot here, so I love you, Bill. Thank you so much for coming here on this night, because I know you know Mystara, and I seem to be able to do that. Man, whenever I talk about games, I always get fucking people, or even settings, I always get some of the fucking best people coming around that know this stuff. I always say real attracts real. It's the best way to put it. Real attracts real. They run contract for 4 times now, but it's a Warhammer fantasy role-playing. I was promised to be killed if I mention war. I don't care if you do it during pause time here, but I'd rather focus on Mystara when I'm talking about Mystara. That's my point. I mean, the whole chat turned into Warhammer. Be like, come on, guys. I mean, that's just socially inappropriate. It's like, I know we're nerds here, but we're also not fucking so socially backwards with our heads up our asses, right? It's like, if you want to be antisocial, go somewhere else and be antisocial there, right? I'm doing good work here. Don't chat like that would happen as if I'm not doing a good job, right? If I'm doing a good job, appreciate what I'm doing, show the respect. Good at the board modules when I was younger. Same here. We played Mystara, made everything up. Some of the Bill, me and you are on the same page, dude. That's exactly why I didn't touch modules. I got lucky. I was taught about sandboxing, which is what you're talking about. Making it up and just playing, right? Making up, your DM improvising, or you're the DM improvising, and you improvise during a session. Then between sessions, you develop what you've improvised into something real. That becomes real in the way you're building your own adventure, but it becomes like a module. And the great thing about that adventure is it's tailored to you and your players. It's what you guys want to do, and it's tailored to the characters. And then instead of railroading the characters, this is a great thing with sandboxing, you don't railroad at all. Everything needs to be built off what they're doing. So there's a lot less of the idea of railroading sort of disappears with sandboxing. Railroading is more module related because you got to force characters onto the path of the already predetermined adventure, right? That's where railroading comes from. But when you do sandboxing with old school, especially, and you're a Beckman guy, so you could. I know you get it better than AD&D guys. Back in Beckme was sort of new to modules, but they still did shitloads of sandboxing, right? Which is make it up yourself, which you could do. And to me, I'd rather build the adventure most of the time around the characters, because then it's all built off what they're doing. No railroad. I'm just sort of letting them create we're creating it together. It's your path. I'm improvising. I come up with some hooks, some ideas. You play to it, and then we work on it between sessions, right? I love the Mystara coverage here. Don't get me wrong. Oh, I get it. But every time I see people start talking about other games, it's usually on a fucking stream where the guy's just boring the piss out of everyone. It's just like, dude, I know I'm not doing that, so, right? Reflect that. We're nerds. I get it. On off-script night, Black Rose, this is the reason I do off-script night for you guys, because I know I have a very intelligent group of people here. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. I got a very intelligent group of people here. Very fucking guys with a lot to say. I totally get it, including yourself, Black Rose. I do the off-script nights just to make sure that if you guys just want to nerd the fuck out on anything, I'll play along with it and not just go on a topic, right? No, if you guys notice, if you were here sooner for the hour or so before I start a topic, I don't give a fuck. Once I get into it, though, it's like, yeah, I mean, at the end, you guys can go back on about Warhammer. But during this part, because remember, we get other people watching in the future, right? And there's people watching here. I want them to focus on what I'm doing and what I'm talking about. I don't want them, like, listening to Mystara, Road, oh, Warhammer. No. Even Coochie's here because Coochie's sub, so Coochie gets to stay for that reason. I don't know why he is, given our history, but sure, whatever works for you, dude. No, just to correct myself about having a run a module and needed to mention where I said wrong. I didn't mean to drag it up into the. Oh, it's no problem. I'm not that fucking picky, guys. Don't overread into it. I just know if you don't say something, I can get out of hand. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Now I'm almost done this. When I'm done this, I'm going to go into the how to run it, which is going to be good advice for how to run Mystara. Just straight out run it, period. As a DM. And then we're going to go into worth mentioning. And there's going to be some stuff there that if a guy like Bill has not heard me mention certain things yet, I hope I hit that. I don't really talk modules. So Bill, if you want to bring up some more modules as we go through this, it's all good. If that's just the one that you like, fair enough. You don't have to mention no more. But that's probably the only area I'm mostly weak on. The Isles of Dread, you can't really talk about Mystara without mentioning that one. That's just part of the creation, so I had to bring that up for sure. Even though I'll be honest with people outside of just communicating that for fluff, I never ran it or played it. I did what Bill would say, did with Mystara. Just fucking made it up as we used the setting, but we made up what we wanted to do. We did the adventures ourselves, right? So what I've always done. I'd rather sandbox than anything. I don't mind sandboxing with a pre-made world, but man, you got to remember, Mystara was made from sandboxing. Mystara is just, here, I'll give you a place. You start playing. And the more the guys, before you see the products coming out, I guarantee this is what they're doing at TSR. They're sandboxing everything. By game design, they're playing it. And as they play it, they come up with the ideas. Oh, I need to make a new area for them to go to. Well, as they make a new area for the characters to go to, that becomes an extended area for the setting. So you're developing it through gameplay, through sandboxing. And my sandboxing video explains to you how to make your own adventures and your own setting through play. And I explain it in detail. It's one of the most clearest videos I put together. Very proud of it. It's recent. Anybody goes and watches it, if you want to know how to make your own adventures from scratch without needing to write 50 million things, If you want to make your own setting from scratch without writing 50 million different things, and you're just doing it at home, you don't have much money, you don't want to buy all kinds of modules, you don't got money to buy a setting, or you just want to play on your own creativity. This way, you can start with something simple, like start with a town or a city. Maybe just a town, maybe a large town. And from that town, you can develop entire adventures, an entire setting. You can start playing right away before everything's developed and develop it as you go. It's the Skullhorn setting I talked about earlier for my Neo TTRPG system. I started developing that as sandboxing with AD&D 2nd edition. And I started that with a fucking town. So I have an entire world built off a town. And the entire world is built off just playing and making what I need to make as we go forward. And I just did that for decades with that setting. So over decades, I went from nothing, using it for decades, to this whole built world that kept getting extended out for new campaigns, new adventures, new this, new that, making it as I go. It's the best way to do it. Anyway, let's get into the next part. Thank you for giving me the pause time there. All right. How to run Mystara. One of the biggest mistakes a DM can make with Mystara is running it like Forgotten Realms or Dragonlance. You don't want to do that. Mystara is not primarily about epic destiny, chosen heroes, or world-saving meta plots. At its heart, Mystara is about exploration, discovery, cultures, and adventure. If you embrace those strengths, the setting almost runs itself. It's made from sandboxing, so it's made for that type of play, right? More direct focus on the now instead of like this overall big thing, right? Start small. Mystara works best when characters begin in a specific region rather than trying to understand the entire world. A common mistake is overwhelming players with dozens of nations, cultures, and historical details. Instead, start with one area. Keramikos is often considered the ideal starting point because it contains frontier wilderness, ancient ruins, political intrigue, nearby nations, plenty of room for exploration. Keramikos. The world can expand naturally as the campaign grows. Sandboxing. Let players discover Mystara rather than receiving a history lesson. We had to keep on the Borderlands, so we broke it up into many individual adventures instead of all just in one valley, so got years out of it. Good. Growing the story also as we went. So using it more like a sandbox, breaking it up and not just running it as it is. All right. That's fucking genius, Phil. Genius. I respect that. I like that approach. Treat nations like characters. One of Mystara's greatest strengths, let me see. PX is really beginner friendly as is the modules for GM Mystara. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I mean, geez, that's why I like Beckme. I even said that in my Beckme coverage. It's one of the greatest starting points you could ever start. Weirdly, I came in and tried some of the other D&D stuff first, but then when I tried Beckme, I was like, wow. The simplicity was simple genius. People think simple, like, oh, that's simple. I'm like, no. You misunderstand Beckme if you think simple, like simple is stupid. No, Beckme is simple fucking genius, right? It's more freehand. It's your creativity takes over. It's, in a way, it's more advanced than 5e, say. There's no hand-holding. It depends on your talent. Bill will understand what I say here. If you're not good enough to sit at the front of the table as a DM, Beckme will oat you. Beckme will oat you right away. Beckme will be like, no, you're a player. Go sit down. I love that about Beckme. Beckme is one of those things where your best guys better be the guys that take the reins, because it takes talent, skill, and creativity to run these games. And these games were made for hobbyists, serious gamers. And the designers expected people with talent, the most talented amongst your groups, to be running the games. And so the games were made with no shame, no hand-holding. Players had to learn to become better, and your best guys had to be the guys that took over the reins as GM. And if you were just a guy that was not meant to be at the front of that table, Beckme would let you know. Treat nations like characters. One of Mystara's greatest strengths is that every nation feels distinct. Do not present kingdoms as generic fantasy locations. Each region should have its own identity. When players cross a border, they should immediately feel they have entered a different world. This is one of the setting's greatest strengths. There is details to every region. The way laws are put, the way guards will be dressed different, the way behavior is, and as a GM, you gotta bring that to life. You gotta. It's like I said, talking last night in the members only one, but we'll bring it here. It's you got to make sure that you point out to players that the uniforms look different. If they go to a town, the way the guards are arresting somebody for a different law than you've seen in the previous town or the previous region has to be noted. And you want to do this in front of players so they can get the experience of feel. Even the way people dress is different. So pointing this stuff out so they encounter it. It's not always that players have to interact with this stuff with their characters. It's just the visuals that you're detailing out in their minds that help them start feeling this is different. Right? Maybe the roads are more secured here than they are in the other region. Right? It's you got to point out the differences. You got to. That creates the feel of different. So it's visual seeing. Even the way people might have accents. It doesn't mean you have to do all these different accents. But you would say, when this guy talks to you, this guard talks to you, he has a completely different accent than the guard from the other region. A simple, not easy player skill was learned. Having a great GM makes a difference. That's why the additions of D&D really doesn't matter. It doesn't, but and I won't harp on this too much, but that was my I didn't like tournament play. Here's my issue, Bill, with tournament play. Tournament play was to sell to the masses. Tournament play became raw, rules as written, mixed with modules as they were. And what does that mean? The weakest guy at your table can run the game, right? And have his ass covered by the book and the module. But AD&D 1E at home was normal D&D as we know it, Bill. And here's how you know it. Here's why I mean raw is no good. In the DMG, what does Gary Gygax say to you in AD&D 1E? The DM is king. But in tournament play, if you do raw, which is what you're meant to do in tournament play, the book is king. So in normal D&D, Bill, Gary understood this. The DM is king. Rulings over rules, right? Especially for game pace, but rulings over rules, DM is king. But in tournament play, the book is king. And rule lawyers were never called really rule lawyers. You used to always have somebody would know their shit and give you a heads up on something, but you had authority. When it came to tournament play, which a lot of people took tournament play to home, it became where the rule lawyer could become the asshole instead of the guy who helped you out. He could say, nope, you did it wrong. And he could say it in tournament play style when you looked at the book as being raw, because the book was king at tournament play with module. And if you had no talent at all, you could run the game raw, run the module, which is another DM's adventure, and you had no talent, no creativity, no nothing. And they had to do that because there were so few hobbyist DMs compared to the amount of new customers coming in. So when they got hot with AD&D 1E, it was with tournament play, and they planned on making guys that could not run these games be able to run them, especially through tournament play, to attract more customers. So you'd already have built-in DMs. You wouldn't need to have a guy learn to become a good DM over a year. You could have the store owner step in and run raw with the module, right? Who had no talent. Now, AD&D 1E at home, if you didn't take the tournament style play over, would be normal. Oh, I hear you, Bill. That's why I love the Beckme. AD&D second edition, that's why I appreciate it. It went away from that right away. I've never had an issue with modules. And I think talented people can use modules. And I don't want to shit on modules as if they're no good. I wasn't into them myself, but I'm not saying good people couldn't run them. And I love the idea that you could break it up, do sandboxing with them. Fucking brilliant. I think that's fucking genius. I like that, right? But I like the second edition at least went back to that non-tournament style. and it went back to DM as king. Now, AD&D 1E at home was meant to be DM as king, but a lot of people went raw. So when you hear people out there in the boat going, rules is written is the main way to play, Bill, I got to tell you, those are the guys that we'd like to skip on. All right, rules is written is not it. It clashes. How could it be rules is written? That makes the book king. And rulings over rules. How can it be rulings over rules if raw is the king? All right, so that's where I think a lot of guys out there that talk, they don't understand the clashes between these ideas. But you're an old school guy like me. You're from Beckme world. So I know you know how it works. I had no doubt. I know the second you said you were a Beckme guy, pretty much let me know you're a Beckme guy. I knew this. That's why I was very confident telling you what I just told you. I'm glad that you totally get it. And yes, if you're Beckme, you got to skip that shit. I got lucky and started at second edition as a DM. So fucking lucky me too, right? Just saying. Okay. So I was saying, treat nations, like I said, as you want to have these different nations as something people experience. Because old school tabletop role-playing games, forget D&D. The old school games want you to be a person in a world and feel it and like live in it. Escapism. You're not playing a board game. You're playing a game. Let's be real. But the idea is your experience is meant to be you're in a world playing somebody. You're escaping the real world. And so they want you to feel it. So communicating the different dresses and regions. Like I said this the other night with the Babylon 5 stuff for the members only. I won't go into the details there, but they know what I mean. It's communicating. It's very important to creating a feel. And minor things like telling people, hey, this is what happens. Like, or here's how they dress, or here's how they talk with an accent. That really does mentally get people into a different place. And you want them to feel the change from region to region. That's a real experience you want to have happen. Mystara is set up to have that. So don't waste it as a DM. There's a joke in the Read the Workbook where Rimmer is chastising a reader who follows the rules, and Lister is saying, screw all that, do what you want. I like how that book's characters. Yeah, I love you, Zag. Yes, and that's a good way. Bring it. That's a good show to bring up. We talked about that recently in the Red Dwarf. Like a fucking awesome nerds here. Thank you, Zag, for being an awesome nerd. Don't be afraid of variety. Mystara is often called a fantasy kitchen sink setting. But unlike many settings, it somehow remains coherent. Almost every style of fantasy adventure has a place somewhat in the world. That's why many people stick to it without going to other things, right? It just happens. What, you want Vikings, Arabian adventures, wizard politics, Roman-style empires, frontier wilderness, swashbuckling explorers, lost worlds, flying ships. Mystara has a region designed for it. Rather than fighting this variety, embrace it. The setting's strength is not consistency of theme, but consistency of world building, because it was built off of sandboxes. So wonderful how this came together. That's why I love Mystara. Everything feels like it belongs somewhere. And that was my inspiration. Mystara is my inspiration for Skullhorn. People's like, you made Skullhorn really huge with like 6 different, like these massive regions. And each one, there are completely different regions with different experiences. And people are like, why'd you do that? It's like making 6 worlds in one. I was like, Mystara. Like, what do you mean? Well, I want people to be able to pick up the Skullhorn setting and be able to do anything in it forever. And the setting goes along with the game. So I made a whole game. Like, it's not just a setting. Mine's a game, monsters, like 80 monsters, the game, and the setting all in one package, right? But I want a setting where you feel like you don't have to get a new setting to do one of the 50 million things you want to do. And Mystara is exactly that. It's what inspired me, because yeah, I get now why people were fans of Mystara and stuck to it so long. And like I said, I talked to that one guy who never tried Forgotten Realms or Dragonlance or anything. He only played Mystara. But why? Because you could do anything. Anything he wanted to do, he could just do there. Right? You could just do it there. That's why people love that. And it really did inspire Skullhorn. So this is very special while I'm covering this setting. I'm not just making that up. It's the inspiration behind my own world is this one. Not Forgotten Realms, not Dragonlance, not Ravenloft, Mystara. So when I tell people you should try Mystara, you won't just try it, man. Like, it's once you know what it is, there's a decade or two of gaming. And each region is fucking awesome and fun, and the different campaigns you can do. Like, there's a reason people get fucking hooked on this thing. And it's a good reason. It's not just nerding out. It's because you could just have decades of new gaming, fresh, new, right? And it feels that way, and it's awesome. It really is. And if you like Beckme, which Beckme has a good lifespan, fuck. Inclusive different cultures based on real life. It was done right, I believe. Like, yeah, Rome. Because a lot of guys out here, Bill, you got this totally right. But you want the. I like how it's not just Rome, but it has that base in Rome. Because a lot of people go, I'd like to be able to play with Rome, Mystara. I like to be able to do swashbuckling, Mystara. The Arabian Adventures. I don't care what you say. There's a lot of interesting shit there. You want to do that here, and it's just a mix of stuff. You could just do so much, dude. And the flying ship was another way for you to fly around and just take all kinds of different experiences. And there's a special thing behind that too. Make exploration, and it's so good on this one, make exploration important. Mystara was built during an era when exploration was central to D&D. Many adventures should begin with questions such as, what lies beyond the mountains? Who built these ruins? What happened here centuries ago? Why is this island missing from the map? That should just fucking get you fucking going, right? Oh, yeah. Bill knows it. Bill knows. I can tell you're a Mystara guy. You fucking up and down Mystara guy. I love that. You talk right to me because I really just spend a lot of time with this thing. The world should feel larger than what players currently know. Discovering is one of Mystara's primary rewards. So, yeah, you want to have maps where everything's not marked down. Where'd this go? What is beyond the mountains? That's why you don't want to give out too much. You don't want to lore dump or info dump on players. You want them to know there's something beyond there, and then put that idea to their heads. So you can't always depend on players coming up with this what's beyond the mountains, but it's like, have NPCs going, man, I'd love to get out there and see what's beyond the mountains. Put seeds in your players' minds, right? Sometimes players won't think of this shit. So you seed ideas. You do that through NPCs. It's a really great gimmick in all settings and all games. You don't always depend on your players to come up with some of the better ideas that will help them come up with things they want to do. Especially if you're a sandbox person like, say, me, Bill, right? That you let players decide what they want to do to a degree. You want to put seeds in their mind. Have NPCs, and that then becomes interacting with NPCs has a lot of importance. What's beyond here? Oh, man, I heard there's a map. Little like hints. I hear there's a map, but it used to have an island on it, but it doesn't anymore. But why? You create mystery. You create things where players want to know more and more. Where'd this thing go? What's this? Mystara, it has the more. That's what's great about Mystara. It's just not a wasted seed. It's like, what is beyond the mountains? Something fucking grand, baby. Something grand is beyond the mountains. And it makes it amazing. That's what makes Mystara fucking amazing. It's huge. And it has so much that the mystery is not a waste of time. And even has access to like flying ships where the mystery doesn't just have to be a vague thing you always chase and never get to. The great thing about Mystara is you can chase it and get to it. So it makes the whole adventure worth it. But you got to make that real. Seeds of ideas. Remember that. It's made for exploration, but you need to hint stuff sometimes towards your players to get them to think in this vein. They'll get excited by it, though. And then the great thing is you can back it up. So be confident. You can put the seed there, and then you got the material to go with, right? Use the ancient past. Mystara possesses layers of history stretching back thousands of years. Ancient empires, forgotten civilizations, lost cultures are everywhere. When designing adventures, remember that ruins are not merely treasure locations. They are clues about the world's history. The settings become much richer when players slowly uncover pieces of the past. And there's so much pieces of the past that when you're making them go after, like, just say they hear about this treasure place and they go up to it. DM, be well read on Mystara, because then you can put some amazing stuff in there, and it will be better than just going up just to find treasure. They get in, they find this like piece of thing telling them about this fucking ancient shit, this ancient technology somewhere in Mystara, and they're like, is that real? And then it's like more evidence, more clues, more. They get back from the adventure. We found this. And there's some wizard like, come here, follow me. Oh shit, oh him. You know what I mean? It's like, and then you start, it's amazing because this is, it has the stuff to back it up. That's the great thing about Mystara. That's what makes it magic. You don't just have to get your players excited and then you have nothing. You get your players excited and you have something. That's what makes it magic. So you can be very confident. Just be well read on Mystara itself. Don't lore dump or history dump all over the players. They only need to know minimal amounts. And you want players to know as little about Mystara as possible. Right? Even make your own changes if you have to adjust if somebody's read about Mystara. Purposely make some changes. Go in. Just say, and purposely make changes. Be well read on it. Purposely make the changes. Maybe even jump Mystara 100 years ahead. Nothing says you can't do that. Make some changes, adjust some things, and it's not hard to fill in some new alternate, things, change some directions of things, and suddenly you recreate the mystery and you're right back into the gaming. Right? So don't think just because a player is well read on Mystara that you can't pull this off. The work is already there. Minor adjustments is nothing. Right? Brainstorming and doing some changes so you create new mystery, not hard at all. Right? So you can keep even veteran players excited. Use Blackmore as an adventure tool. One of the most valuable resources available to a Mystara DM is the legacy of Blackmore. Blackmore provides endless opportunities for ancient mysteries, lost technologies, forgotten disasters, buried ruins, strange artifacts, historical investigations. A ruined castle is interesting. A ruined Blackmore installation containing technology no one understands is memorable. Blackmore gives Mystara a layer of mystery that many fantasy settings simply do not possess. There's so much work on Blackmore. You just don't have the same amount of work done for many other things. That's Mystara is granted this great, valuable fucking thing through Blackmore. So do not waste it. It has so much to it. You got to read up on it, but it has so much to it that it can bring a lot of new ideas. And even no matter how well read veteran players might be, that can help you create some new stuff right there. So don't think you can't create mystery. But if you have new players that have never tried Mystara, which many of us know of players who've never tried this, makes it. That's why I say Black Rose. Your table would love this game. And if this does not sound appealing to you, I don't know how well I can sell anything else to you, dude. This is something your fucking group of players would fucking drool over. Right? So make sure they don't read too much of it. You find this material and dig in, my friend. Anybody else here who has the same type of thing, if you have players who've never touched this, get in. Karamikos is a nice place to start for beginners. That's what I said. Bill knows it. I said the same thing earlier. Yep, that's always the best advice. Start there. Very, very easy. Karamikos, yep. Do not hide the weird stuff. Many DMs make the mistake of treating Mystara as generic fantasy. Mystara is far stranger than many people realize. This is a setting that includes a hollow world, flying ships, lost civilizations, Blackmore technology, ancient catastrophes, immortals, the savage coast, the Great Curse. You do not need to introduce everything immediately. However, do not be afraid to let players eventually discover, because remember, they can discover stuff. You want that, how unusual the setting truly is. The strange elements are part of Mystara's identity. And I see Black Rose is catching on. He's like, he's starting to realize, man, this sounds fucking awesome. Like, yeah, I got to get this right away because you have the right group of players, Black Rose. Right? You have the perfect group of players. They won't know shit about this. This is exactly, and tell them they don't want to. It would ruin. Don't tell them not to ruin it. And like Bill said and I said earlier, Karamiko's is probably the best starting area, pretty much. Right? Don't lore dump or big history dump, just what they need to know for where they're starting. Let politics create adventures. Mysterious nations often have strong political agendas. This creates natural adventure hooks. One region and another region may compete for influence. Merchants from one region may become involved in trade disputes. Wizards from another may seek forbidden knowledge. Nobles, guilds, churches, and rulers all have goals of their own. Players can become involved in diplomacy, espionage, trade, military conflicts, or simple frontier problems. Politics should create opportunities rather than lengthy speeches. Just meaning there's lots of people that want shit done. You have an excuse. You don't get a module. You have this is what's perfect for sandboxing. This is why this setting was made for sandboxing. You can tell. You'll just common sense will tell you. You'll have a million people needing a million things done that are competing, trade, trying to find stuff, wanting something done. They always need somebody who's going to go out and do some grind work, find some stuff, help them out, and could alter how areas are working. Help someone move up the line. It's like we talked the other night. What if you help somebody a few times and they go from nobody to somebody because you help bring up their reputation in politics, right? Then you got a friend with connections, right? He's went up because you got them the stuff. So there's all kinds of really just 50 million excuses to make up common sense, straightforward adventures that you can think of on your own without a module. Bill really knows this stuff really well, right? But it's so easy. If you're a creative person, they've given you all the tools to make it do like breathing air, right? It's just not hard. Politics and all this and trade, these people all want something. Everyone's competing with each other. So there's always people looking for shit to get done. So you never have to sit there and worry about it. And there's enough information in the settings for you to know, oh, that's what they want. This is who these guys are. And then you could just think of, okay, I want them to do that. You know what I mean? It's like the ideas for adventures and hooks are there like breathing air. Remember, the heroes earn their reputation. Mystara comes from basic D&D tradition. Characters are generally not treated as legendary heroes from the beginning. They're farmers. Their reputation is earned through exploration, success, wealth, strongholds, domain buildings, accomplishments, surviving, right? Do what you do. Avoid a lot of combat early on, especially the early levels. When you get to a certain point, you earn that. The setting rewards long-term growth. A farmer's son becoming a baron feels very natural in Mystara. So basically, what it's saying is, it's old D&D Beck me. There's a ladder, right? There's a ladder. You start off as the farmer, but there's a ladder of opportunity, right? To earn your way up. Survive, and opportunities will be there. Embrace domain play. One aspect of Mystara that many modern campaigns overlook is domain level play. Unlike many settings where high-level play receives little support, Mystara was built during an era when ruling lands, managing domains, influencing governments, leading armies, and establishing strongholds were expected parts of long-term campaigns. So high-level gaming is important here. A character becomes powerful, allow them to build castles. This is so awesome. I mean, they try to bring it back a bit with Birthright, but Mystara really kicks ass here. So build castles, establish guilds, control territories, influence governments, lead armies, found organizations, shape the future of nations. Many Mystarian campaigns naturally evolve from local adventuring into regional leadership. High-level play should feel different from low-level play. Mystara supports this transition exceptionally well. You can place any of the B1 to B5 basic modules anywhere in Mystara. Just have fun. Usually have players giving high fives when the play. You can just do so much. I agree with that. But the sandbox play is perfect here too because it's made for it. But either way, domain play. If you ever hear about like high-level play failing, it doesn't fail here. It really doesn't fail here. So when you hear people like from AD&D 2nd edition or AD&D 1 go, High level play is no good. I disagree personally. I could do videos on that or even a stream on that. But especially high level play here is something the game just doesn't shy away from. It loves. It wants you to want to be in this. I'll let you have that conversation. Use immortals carefully. This is one where Bill's not going to be careful with this, but the immortals are important to Mystara, but they should not dominate every campaign. Think of them as distant powers whose influence is occasionally felt. Their presence can inspire quests, mysteries, and conflicts. If they appear too often, they risk overshadowing player characters. Mystara generally works best when the players remain the focus. So I would say that you can use immortals and do okay, but my advice is it should be like a vague influence most of the time. Or when they come into the picture, it's not to take the spotlight off the characters. If you can keep the game focused on the characters, the immortals can, in my opinion, have a good effect on the setting, even your story, whatever you're doing, like the story that's emerging from your gameplay. It can really do something good. But if abused, immortals can destroy your experience. It can even take the spotlight off the importance of what your characters are doing. Right? The Savage Coast should feel different. If you use the Savage Coast, make it feel distinct from the known world. Emphasize exploration, sea travel, colonial frontiers, Renaissance influence, the Rig Curse, Legacies, Cinnabril, Ridsteel. Players should immediately feel they have entered a different part of the world. The Savage Coast is not merely another kingdom on the map. It's a completely different style of adventure. So, in a way, it's like it's like here's Mystara, but here's Mystara with a completely different feel and purpose. Like there can be similarities, but differences from region to region in a certain part of Mystara. When you get to the Savage Coast, you purposely want to start communicating a heavy change to the players. Like this is not just similarities. This is different. It's like entering a new world. Save the Hollow World for a big reveal. The Hollow World is one of Mystara's most memorable concepts. Because of that, avoid revealing it too early. Allow players to hear rumors, legends, and impossible stories as if it were myth, right? Then eventually let them discover that those stories are true. The impact is far greater than when the Hollow Worlds feel like a genuine revelation. That said, not every Mystara campaign needs to visit the Hollow World. Doesn't have to. Many excellent Mystara campaigns never do. The Hollow World works best as a wonder to be discovered rather than a starting location. So if you ever bring it in, it should not be right away, and it should be talked about like myth. And even if it could even be on occasions that people hear about it, never go after it anyway. Right? You don't need it. But if you're ever going to bring it in, don't just bring it in casually. Don't bring it in early and make it something that sounds like a myth far off, which would take a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of connecting with the right people to find out, oh, you've been there. It's a real place. It's that type of wonder. Treat it like a wonder in that way. Run Mystara as a world waiting to be explored. The setting is at its best when players feel like adventurers pushing beyond the edge of the map, uncovering lost histories, encountering strange cultures, and slowly realizing the world is far larger and stranger than they first believed. So you want to start off basic so they don't even know that. It's like very basic running around town. You want to slow roll this stuff out, really. Like you don't want to just instantly, here's all the seeds, no. Pace. Slow pace of push. Basic adventure. You got to go for a job, okay? So in a weird way, you should not treat this as a generic setting, but here's a strange piece of advice. And that first early part, make it feel a bit generic. Like you'll change that through the changing in regions, and that will change naturally. But it should just feel like pretty common because it should feel common to your characters. So generic in the way like this is just where they are, people around here and life is going. Maybe they haven't heard about all the rumors yet, right? So this whole thing is meant to be slow rolled into them. But as they hear more, as they discover more, you want to start when they finally get to a new region. Holy fuck, this is different. This isn't like being at home, right? You're not in Oz anymore, baby, right? If there is a lesson a DM should take from Mystara, it is this. The setting rewards curiosity. The more players explore and travel, investigate, and discover, the more Mystara reveals why it remains one of TSR's most beloved campaign worlds. I got a worth mentioning part, but I do want to take a time out. I think I've been plugging away at this for a bit, so you guys are gonna let me, because that took a bit. And Bill repeated my advice about Karamikos being a good place to start. But and I appreciate that's if somebody forgets to hear me during the stream, maybe they'll see you bring it up again. But that's how to run it. And everything I just said is I'm not going to give you advice about how to run Beckme. Beckme is its own game. Beckme is not hard to run anyway. I'll let you figure that out. It's how to run as a DM for Mystara. And I gave you the advice that's more leaning into sandbox play than modules. I'm not a module guy, but Bill is not wrong about his module take, right? But what Bill would agree with me on is, at least in his module world, the guy running it isn't going to, like, it's rulings over rules. It's talent. Your best guy should be at the front of the table. And you want that from Mystara. Because even if you have this stuff, even if you have modules, there's so much about Mystara that will not be well communicated by somebody who is not really focused on getting the job done. There's so much to it. And you need someone who's going to care, take the stuff in, pace things, measure it out for you, put seeds in your mind. All those advice about putting seeds in your mind, all that advice, I hope you take in. What I just did was up and down, top to bottom, great advice. If you ever run Mystara, Black Rose, if you ever run Mystara, come back and listen to that part. Because I ran Mystara for many years, and it inspired my Skullhorn setting. And I got to tell you, I got really good at it. And that advice has never failed any DM I've ever given on Mystara. Everyone of them walk away after I've had a talk with them, and they try the stuff I suggest, and it fucking hits every time. Hit for me, hit for them. And it took me a while of flaking out on my first campaign with Mystara, just to realize what I was doing wrong, right? And then going, holy shit, right? There's so much here, and it's where I first learned to start having NPCs put seeds in the minds of people more often. Like, because I realized as magical as Mystara is, and it is, players aren't always your most advanced thinking people. Doesn't mean they're stupid. I'm just saying they're not always going to just come up with the great things they want to do, right? So instead of needing a module to get them in that direction, but you're doing sandbox to make the magic happen, have NPCs, have clues, have whatever, put seeds in the minds of your players to get them to think, what's beyond the mountain, right? Oh, your players, I know your players, from what you've told me over this time, Black Rose, your players will fucking love it. That immortal advice, Bill says he doesn't like them, and I get why, because you can get careless with them. But just take my advice, right? Have them, doesn't mean they can't come into the picture at times to show themselves, but they never stay in the picture. Don't have them take the spotlight off the importance of the characters. Well, there you go. Bill has it. And I'll get to a flying ship. Flying ships are very important. Going around, hitting the different regions, experiencing all the different cultures. That's what the game is, right? So and it's not hard to come up with reasons why they would leave one region to go to another or venture across the place trying to find a secret, right? It could be a secret to save something, save their town, save them from like a bad future. It said this, but if you find this thing, it can stop the thing. Well, to find that thing, they might have to go to several different regions to meet up with people, find information. But here's what's great about Mystara. It has all that. So your reason to get out and save the world, save your town, save your people, save the whatever. It backs it up. It's going to have all the different places. It's going to make that type of storyline work. It's going to make that type of storyline work. It's probably even some of the inspiration behind Final Fantasy. I wouldn't doubt it, because it's such a big region going around that when you look at Final Fantasy and all the different regions and the flying ships, what you get in, especially the flying ship and all that in Final Fantasy, where do you think that likely comes from? Mysteria. I'm dead serious too. I think Final Fantasy isn't completely inspired by Mysteria. My Skullhorn is inspired by Mysteria. Many things, because that's how good Mysteria is. It just never got the attention it should have gotten. The way it was built was so unique compared to the other ones that it wasn't sold the same. It was sold in pieces. It was never marketed like the other settings in the right way. But when people discovered, like a guy like Bill, myself, or whoever, and they're trying it, they realized, holy shit. Not well advertised, didn't sell like Forgotten Realms, but never had an opportunity to sell in the same way because it came out in pieces. That's why I think a wider audience should hear about it, right? Because it was a setting that, in my opinion, is as good as the top settings out there. But the way it came out in pieces, the way it sort of got slow rolled out, it was never promoted or commercialized in the same way Forgotten Realms or Dragonlance was, right? It just came out in such a slow, sort of built up way. But when you see the slow buildness of it, that's sort of where the greatness comes from, because all this stuff gets developed. And many different hands and minds are helped develop. It's not just one guy making the setting. You can obviously tell lots of people at TSR were all gaming with the world. So it's just many people. It's, creating a world together. So you get all these different ideas, and then they have to make everything coherent and put everything together. And so it's unlike Forgotten Realms. It's unlike all these other things, right? And that's why you get the extreme differences in regions and ideas and the hollow world, and you get all this creativity, because the creativity comes from sandboxing. That's not just from sitting down and making up a world like Forgotten Realms. The amazing creativity in Mysteria, you could tell it's just from pure sandboxing and gradual coming up with ideas and bringing minds together to come up to put those ideas into something great. And then being able to remember how many people worked on Blackmore too with Dave. Imagine at one point, Mysteria is so good that you're going to bring Blackmore over. Being able to bring Blackmore into the history of Mysteria is fucking awesome. And to me, it makes Mysteria in some ways maybe even better than Forgotten Realms or Dragonlance. It probably is. Right? But it just never got commercialized in the same way. So it's a very undersold piece of magic. And this is why it has a cult following. Just keep them on a short leash. Use them very controlled. Agreed there. Exploration is big. Agreed. But it is a piece of magic. And this is why it has a cult following, because when people realize what it is, the few that do, because it wasn't commercialized that well, they realize, holy fuck. This is probably maybe even the best setting there is. It could be. It really could be. Could be the best D&D setting ever. Like an argument, I think Bill would 100,000,000% agree with me here. An argument could be made that Mysteria is the best setting Dungeons and Dragons has ever created. Just never got promoted in the same way. That's the only thing. It wasn't the money getter that the other ones were. So I happen to know this because I gave it years. And even though I stretched myself out and I went to do different things, before I left it, I was able to recognize what it was. And so when I talk to Mysteria fans that have stuck to it longer, they right away know that, oh, Steven, you get it. Yeah. Right. Once a fan knows I get it, they're like, okay, so you're going to play it like us as long as we did. No. But they'll know I get it. They hear me talking like this. They all think the same thing. So when they hear me talking, they'll be like, Steven gets it. Steven got caught by the magic, got the hook. Oh, yeah. It happened, baby. It happened, right? No doubt. I just tried many different games, and I get addicted to lots of things. So I can't just get addicted to one thing. That's my issue as a nerd. I try lots of games, lots of things, do lots. I love lots. I'm hooked to lots. I'm just crazy about gaming, right? So I get hooked to all kinds of things. But it doesn't mean I don't get hooked to some value. And Mysteria had it, baby. Had it in droves. And it's for all the other settings out there, think about it. It's a setting that inspired my setting. So, and probably inspired Forgotten Realm or the Final Fantasy games. So, if people think Mysteria doesn't have a fucking major influence on RPGs, holy fuck, you missed the boat, baby. You missed the boat. And probably because it was so less known than many others, it's probably why game designers like making Final Fantasy probably use that instead of using something that would be too connected. Like, you're not going to make Final Fantasy as Forgotten Realms because it would be too noticed, or Dragonlance. So what would you do? You look at Mysteria that's barely known by people, and you go, that's it. And I know the Final Fantasy guys played D&D. So they played it before AD&D. There's no way they didn't run into this. So that's why I think it really was influence. I swear to fuck, the flying ships, because the flying ship is a very important detail. Mysteria, the flying ship becomes a very important detail in most of the early Final Fantasy games. Not wrong. It said getting featured as a core setting on the same level as Forgotten Realms. It is a bold claim, but I honestly think a good argument could be made that it is probably the best. Probably the best. Yeah, 1,000,000%. You will not feel like you wasted your time. Put it that way. You'll put it this way: when you try Mysteria and you start like reading it, it'd be one of those things where you're like, I'm so glad I didn't skip this in life. That's how good it is. It's not like something you feel like you're wasting your time. You're just like, when you try, you finally. If you got really too old, you got really old into your gaming years, and I showed you this, man, you'd probably cry a tear. It'd be like the Indian thing in the little commercial. Like a tear would come down. Like, why didn't I know about this sooner? I'm serious. I sound haha there, but I'm actually serious. Older gamer that was at the end of his days, and I showed him that'd probably be a real tear. It'd be like, because it'd be like reading something where, you know, there's 20 years of magical gaming right there in front of you, baby. Bill knows it. Bill knows it. He is in love with it. That's why you see, be careful. Because like I said, didn't I tell you earlier, Black Rose, there's guys out there that once they touch your setting, they've never tried Forgotten Realms or Dragonlance or Ravenloft. It's been decades. They still run Mysteria. Yeah, I've never ran a module in my life. So I'll be real with them there. I've never ran a module in my life. And I'm more into sandboxing. I have no problems with Bill or anybody else mentioning them. If you know the modules that go with the setting when I'm covering it, I don't sit there and attack people. And I appreciate that. What did I say in the past? I've said it more than once. So I'm not just talking up my ass here to people like Bill or Poochie. I said talented people run modules. I don't have an issue with modules. The one thing I had an issue with was the tournament play thing, which even Bill, once he hears what I mean by it, because if you take the time to listen to my argument, like why I say I have an issue with it, it's that raw tournament thing, which Bill said, I'm glad I missed that, because he gets it. He agrees. DM is king. Raw means book is king. It's common sense to understand what's happening. So it's easier to sell the game when the store owner who's never ran the game before can run a game because he does it raw with the module, right? And those are guys with little to no talent. He's talking about a time when modules were still coming out for BECME, where talent was still, you had to be hot at the head of the table. Orange style. I might even mutate it into a baked potato. Yeah, I covered the Clockwork Orange was a great talk. See, we were super nerds on that one. I know a lot of people wouldn't like that stream, but I fucking love that stream. I personally like that stream. It let me say a lot of shit. That was good. That was on my movie channel. Drive Through has guest stars and rules cheap compared to the other editions. We played years for the modules too poor. Same here. Sandbox, baby. That's what saves us, right? Bill, you know the sandbox. That's what you... I always said AD&D 1E got rid of the sandbox language. Explain what a sandbox is. But I tell people, if you go back to original Beckme, they still do sandboxing. That's what people don't realize. They still do old school sandboxing, right? They get it. Guys like Bill, he's saying no modules because he didn't need them because modules could be fun. But you can fucking sandbox. Make your own adventures, right? With cream, melted cheese, garlic, chicken pieces. Well, yeah, the baked potato. There you go, because you're the food guy. You're the food guy, Black Rose. I get it. And watch out, because Black Rose is not joking. That guy knows some fucking delicious food. Yummy, yummy stuff. Okay. Let's get to it, fellas. This is the last bit, but this is just to make sure I try to cover some interesting stuff, right? Worth mentioning, Mystara. Alpha Te and Thyiatus shape much of the world. Many fantasy settings have rival kingdoms. Mystara has rival civilizations. The struggle between Alpha Te and Thyiatus influences politics across large portions of the world. Thyiatus is a powerful imperial state built upon military strength, political influence, and expansion. Alpha Te is a magical empire where arcane powers dominate society and powerful spellcasters occupy the highest positions. You're good one. Coach Potato, baby. Many smaller nations must navigate the ambitions of both powers. Even when a campaign never directly visits either empire, their influence is often felt through diplomacy, trade, espionage, and military pressure. Much of the rivalry involves political maneuvering, competing interests, and influence rather than constant warfare. This conflict became one of the settings defining political backdrops. My wife used to work at Wendy's. She remembers those baked potatoes. I did the Wendy's baked potatoes before. I did love them. They were pretty good. The Hollow World is a living museum. Remember what I was telling you guys? Most people hear Hollow World and immediately think of lost world hidden inside of a planet. The actual concept is more interesting. The Immortals use the Hollow World to preserve cultures, people, and civilizations that might otherwise disappear. Yeah, they actually do that. I believe you say, but they actually. I got the baked potato a few years ago from Wendy's. They had that whole thing, right? What he's talking about. Okay, all right. Back to this. Entire societies that vanish on the outer world may continue to exist unchanged within Hollow World. So it's like they're meant to die off, but they're brought here to survive. That's the idea. Hollow World is a living museum. The preservation is intentional. The Immortals actively protect and maintain these cultures because they believe some civilizations are too important to be lost forever. This creates a setting where ancient cultures are not merely historical records, they are still alive. The Hollow World is as much about preservation as it is about exploration. Yep, Black Rose is a daddy. Oh, Popeye's Mr. Sag. He's Mr. Daddy. Yep, sometimes the family has to, but he knows family always comes first, but the kids are running around screaming, so sometimes he'll miss a few things. I'll get him to watch stuff later. He's Mr. Daddy. Mysterious non-human civilization. One of the strengths of the Gazetteer era was its treatment of non-human societies. Many fantasy settings focus primarily on human kingdoms, while non-human races remain secondary. Mystara often gave non-human races the same attention and detail as human nations. Examples: the Alfheim and the Elves, Rock Home and the Dwarves, the Shadow Elves, various humanoid and tribal cultures. These groups possess their own politics, history, goals, and internal conflicts. They were presented as living societies rather than simply character options or monsters. Elfheim and Rockholm were not merely places where elves and dwarves lived. They were significant political powers with their own interest and influence upon the wider world. The Sea of Dread. If there is a geographical feature that ties much of the Mysteria together, it is the Sea of Dread. Trade routes, exploration, piracy, migration, and warfare all flow through their region. Many nations interact because of their connection to the sea. For adventurers, it serves as a gateway to distant islands, lost civilizations, hidden dangers, new cultures, uncharted territories. The Sea of Dread helps give Mysteria a sense of scale and connectivity. The Princess Arc. One of the most beloved pieces of Mysteria lore is the Princess Arc. Originally appearing through a series of articles, the Princess Arc became a vehicle for exploration and discovery. The flying vessel traveled beyond the familiar regions of the setting and introduced readers to distant lands, strange cultures, and previously unknown parts of the world. Much of Mysteria's later geographical development and world expansion was first introduced through the Princess Arc series. The Princess Arc helped expand Mysteria's scope and reinforce one of the setting's central themes. There is always another horizon beyond the one you already know. Princess Arc was a flying ship. The World Shield. One of the stranger pieces of Mysterian lore is the existence of the World Shield. According to the Mysterian cosmology, the world is surrounded by a powerful magical barrier. This barrier helps explain several unusual aspects of the setting. It serves to protect the world from outside interference, isolates Mysteria from many external cosmic forces, helps conceal the hollow world, maintain the unique structure of the planet. The World Shield is one of the reasons Mysteria often feels so self-contained compared to some other D&D settings. While it rarely becomes the focus of everyday adventures, it helps explain many of the setting's more unusual cosmological features. For most campaigns, players may never encounter it directly. However, for those who enjoy exploring Mysteria's deeper lore, it represents another example of how the setting often embraces ideas that are far stranger than traditional fantasy worlds. Mysteria's optimistic tone. Many fantasy settings eventually drift towards darker themes. Mysteria generally maintained a more adventurous outlook. Danger exists, war occurs, ancient disasters shaped history, yet the setting rarely feels hopeless. The emphasis is usually on opportunity discovery and exploration. The world feels like a place waiting to be explored rather than a place waiting to collapse. This gives Mysteria a tone that often feels closer to classic adventure fiction than darker fantasy settings. It just feels like it makes you feel like you want to get out there and kick ass. Furniture can be Steam. Steam would describe the immortals in the setting and are available to the playable race. Well, it depends. You can build up to be one. Put it that way. You could build up to be one. I've never bothered to touch into the playing the immortals, right? But I do know there's material out there to do that. But yeah, you could almost build your characters up into be one. But no, I've never played to the point of playing into them. So how much talk or how much I remember about them is vague. Very high. Bill got it. Right? So to complete Beckme experience, perhaps more than any other campaign setting, Mysteria reflects the full progression of basic D&D. Characters can begin as an experienced adventurers exploring ruins and wildernesses. As they grow, they can establish strongholds, control domains, influence nations, lead armies, interact with immortals. Eventually, the game can either move towards the pursuit of immortality itself. That's the immortals. You can build up to be there, right? No. So, well, I thought you were saying, could you play them? Or when you said playable race, I never bothered to confront you on that. It's just like, well, they're not really different. You just build up to be them. There is stuff about the immortals and being them. I've never bothered to play that far up to let players play into the immortal realm, but you can. So establish strongholds, control domains, influence nations, lead armies, interact with. So as they grow, they can establish strongholds, control domains, influence nations, lead armies, interact with the immortals. Eventually, the game can even move towards pursuit of immortality itself. So you can become that, right? That's what really it is. The setting naturally supports every stage of character growth and vision by basic, expert, companion, master, and immortal rules. Some of the most beautiful box sets ever. The ideas were amazing. Many settings support part of the journey. Mystara is built around the entire journey. Mystara began as a collection of teaching tools for basic D&D, but over time, it grew into one of TSR's richest campaign settings. Beyond the Gazetteer, the Savage Coast, Blackbourne, the Hollow World lies a setting filled with rival empires, preserved civilizations, flying exploration vessels, like we talked about earlier, detailed non-human cultures, unique cosmology, and a style of play that supports characters from humble adventurers all the way to immortals. More than anything else, Mystara is a setting built around the idea that there is something new waiting beyond the edge of map. In a way, they are unique. So I would actually say I would almost count them as a different race, I guess. It's like, think of immortals like angels. So you're not completely wrong, but I didn't want to correct you right away. I wanted to finish that perk, so I was so close to the end here. Way to play 7 to 8 to 9 levels. Immortals are higher level characters, NPCs that are not gods, just very powerful characters. Yeah, like angels. Yeah, I mean, they're not gods, but the influence they have is amazing. But they could be considered something different than just normal people. Like, that is true. They're not just normal people. So when you say playable race, I didn't want to correct until I was done that part, but they're not just people, but Bill hits it out of the park here. He gives a good explanation, right? They don't typically live on the same plane of existence, just visit to help or hinder. There you go. And this is why Bill can also probably find them quite annoying. Stay the fuck out of my fucking story, right? But yeah, in a way, they are somewhat separate. So that's why I wanted to say, Black Rose, your question wasn't completely wrong, but in a way it was, because I know sort of what you were asking, but there's some truth to it when you put some nerd thought into it. But Bill, thank you, Bill. I knew Bill knows back to me probably better than I do, just off memory. And I knew right away Bill would fucking, I had a feeling Bill was stepping to say something. Yeah, you can play up to Immortal. I never went up to the Immortal stage for the player characters. I'll be real with you. I purposely stayed away from that, not because I had an issue with it. It's just I played it for a few years, and the campaigns we played were slow grind. And that's okay. That's the way some of them are meant to be, slow leveling, right? Where it's more about what you're doing in the game than just leveling up really quick, right? And I had old school players. Remember, old school, and this is where Bill would totally get what I'm saying. Old school wasn't about the stimulation of leveling up. It was about exploring the world and feeling it. That's why you wanted good DMs, to make the world come to life. That your experience playing the character and going to the next scene and actually role playing and actually doing stuff, that was more valuable than the level thing, right? The cheap stimulation. That became something very important later to the wider majority of players when you get to AD&D 1E and you get more customers coming in, you get more very simple approach to gaming. The more simple people, hate to say it, they want the levels more than anything, where old school guys, right, real old school guys, want the experience more than anything. And sometimes the experience doesn't always get you the next level, right? But to take it in, you can't just speed through. You take your time, you go into the place, you hear it, you want to explore, and sometimes the excitement is in your interaction with people, not just in a fight, right? So, or just getting treasure. What happens in this world affects their world, so they usually don't interfere unless needed. I use them when the group does something mortally great to reward them. So at least Bill is talking about acknowledging them. That's exactly a great way to use them, because you don't want them to overshadow the player characters, but to put it even, that's fucking brilliant there, Bill. To shine an even bigger spotlight on the characters with them is a brilliant way to use them. Because now they're not coming in and taking away, they're coming in and giving to the characters. That's a fucking brilliant way, because I've seen some guys use it where the complaints about immortals can become an issue, right? They become so important to the story. It's like, oh, fuck off. You want the characters to be the focus. Bill does it right there, where he's bringing the immortal, but it's not to put the attention on the immortal. It's to keep the attention, but even fucking brighten it up even more on the characters, which is really good. Really great way there, Bill. I agree 100% with doing that, right? That's good advice for Black Rose right there if he ever runs it. If you want to bring immortals in, do it in a way that Bill is suggesting, where it's about acknowledging something great the characters have done. So you keep the spotlight on them. Forget the points into their skills, so I remind them, well, Zeg, then you might really, I hope you were in something like this. Because this Mystara is made. If your players truly enjoy that, what we just talked about with this setting is made for you and your players. And if they have not heard about Mystara, and they are as clueless, not in a bad way, I'm not saying stupidly, but just they don't know about Mystara, what a fucking brilliant setting to have them explore and not know anything. And just tell them right away, purposely don't read this, guys. You guys will love this stuff even more if you don't read it. And then do what we said. Kamikios is a great place to start. Get the start going there. Help your players become legends. Yeah, because it's all about the characters. Bill gets it. So few. Most of the guys that are so-called old school on here, Bill, here's why you're refreshing to me, my man. I'm really from the era. I hope you can tell that as well, right? But so many of the old school guys on here will disagree with me when I talk about this stuff, but they're really not from the era. They really didn't play in the era. When I meet guys that are really from the old school era, and I finally talk to them, first off, I relate with them. They get what I'm saying, and they're so fucking refreshing to hear, because Bill is a real old school guy. So am I, but very few of the old school guys are really old school guys around here, Bill. Just got to say that. Oh, Zeg, I hope this sounds hype to you. Sorry if I just didn't realize, because I was getting to Black Rose there, but let me throw the same pitch at you. It's not a waste of your time. It's one of the best settings, probably, as I said, potentially the best setting Dungeons & Dragons has ever created. It is made for what we do in a way that Forgotten Realms wasn't, in a way that Dragonlance wasn't. This Mystara was built for gaming. Like, Forgotten Realms is an idea where you can game with the Forgotten Realms. Mystara was built from scratch through sandboxing, through real gaming. So it's made, and when you like Bill here, me, when we touch this, we get it. We're gamers. You know it right away. It's made for it. And I tell people like ourselves, if you haven't touched it, like other D&D guys, like you and Black Rose, or anybody else listening, if you have players, if you have a group that doesn't know about it, you're the guy that runs it or something. Holy hell, it's the best, probably the best setting ever. And it's made for this. And probably inspired games. I'll go back to like Final Fantasy. Right? There's so much stuff that is inspired outright by Mystara. My players talk about years later because it's about them. Yep, because you remember those characters. They're not generic throwaway. They're developed characters. See, Beckme, in a way, AD&D John would play John the Fighter, John the Cleric, John the this. And they took a long time to develop characters. Second edition got back to developing characters. What a lot of people don't know is Beckme was way ahead on character development. Way ahead. And even without the book describing it to you, play Mystara. Mystara helped you get there. Mystara was a secret key to character development. There's not too many settings, like Forgotten Realms would not do that for you. It's like second edition told you to do it. AD&D 1E would play Forgotten Realms. They wouldn't do it. It'd take them a year for a character to develop. With BECME, especially combined with Mystara, you get there. You can get there in a month. You start developing a character, and you have almost a personality already starting to develop in a separate character from you within a month. Not a year, like a month. And Bill will understand this. When you start developing a character, you show up more to the more sessions. You care more. It's not saying we don't want crybabies at the table, but why is it important to care about your character? Because you're not caring about your character, you're caring about an experience. It's not just you're losing your character when you lose your character. And we don't want crybabies. We want people that can handle it, but I don't want people that don't care about their character. I want people that feel something. Not cry about it, but feel something. There's a reason. It's because you're not just losing a character, you're losing an experience and a feel. And when you develop a character, there's a feel to your experience. You get it, you know that guy, you play that. That's an experience that just the next character instantly can't give you. You have to build that back up to get there. So you're losing more than just a character. You're losing an entire experience. That's why you want people that give a fuck about their characters and don't just play a game where it's just throw to a meat grinder, right? So BECME definitely gets that. When you play Mystara, you develop a character, and what happens with people that develop characters? They're more consistent showing up to their sessions. More campaigns get completed. That's why long-term campaigning with BECME was so popular and worked so well, unlike AD&D 1E. Because BECME could complete the long campaigns because there was character development most of the time. And once you develop a character, especially early, your experience is fucking heightened. And like you said, make the characters a legend. You'll remember with them. That's the game you talk about years later because you remember that character. That wasn't just Tim the fighter, right? And he wasn't just one of your 5 characters went into a meat grinder. So it becomes something bigger than that, right? And it becomes legends. And Mystara and old school gaming like BECME cared about legendary characters, cared about your characters becoming somebody, right? So it's a game that just recognizes that stuff is important. AD&D becomes a lot more generic in that field. Becomes more of a game in many ways, unless you were doing the home game, right? But if you were doing tournament play, for sure, you were playing Tim the cleric. Just not the same. One of the players lost a guy, some bum in a ruin, abandoned block of flats. He lost everything. His new guy is much more careful with. Yeah, you definitely, it's old school, learn something with D&D. But it's never get mad at somebody. Look, I don't want someone who says, I can't handle character death. I want somebody who says, okay, character death is part of the game. I don't want someone who just acts like it doesn't matter. Because if it doesn't matter, it means that fucking character was no good to you. I want someone who goes, hey, I can handle it, but it sucks. Right? I want you to feel it because the more you care, the more that's an experience, that's a feel, that's something just any starting character can't just give to you. There's a development there. You know that guy. It's like somebody you know, right? You're losing somebody you know. It's not a real person, so you can handle it, but it's someone you give a shit about. Lessons learned, player skill has now advanced to a level. There you go. It's cyberpunk, so I agree with that. Agree with that, Bill. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with losing a character. I'm not saying it's just. I just want players to know. It's like, if you tell me you didn't care about the character, I know you didn't care about the experience. That would suck for me. I want somebody who tells me it sucks that they lost a character because it means they had a good experience with the game. That I'm happy. In a way, I'm happy. It sucks, but in a way, I'm happy. There's a happiness to it. Cyberpunk, so there are still hostile various worlds with still stupid stuff, but they do care more than ever yet. He's made a new character, another member of his old character's tribe. He knew him, misses him, plays accordingly. Yeah, it's not that you can't handle it, but what it tells me, and here's the good news for you, Game Master's Egg, is your player was having a good time. It sucks that we have to change over, but that will be okay. And you'll learn, like you said, he's more careful, but it means he had a good time. The player who doesn't give a fuck, he's played a board game. He's not played a role-playing game where he's experiencing the world through a guy. Right? So you want that caring. It's not a cry over. It just tells me that guy had a good time. And that guy was enjoying what he was doing. Sucks we lost it, but at least he was enjoying it. And that's, you're always aiming for players to enjoy the experience. And one way you know they enjoy it is when they develop that character and start getting into it, right? There's so much value. It just lets you know as a game master, if you have players going through that, you're doing a good job. If your players are like, shit, lost that guy. Like if they're disappointed and that's a good thing. It means you created a game where that player could focus on playing the game, developing a character, and having a good time. That says something good about you on your end, right? Well, that's it. And they're going to care about losing the character because it's losing an experience, not just losing a character. But so it's that measurement. You don't want that new school. Well, I don't want to have my character die. No, character death has its place. So I'm not one of these guys. It just sometimes the opposite. Like you get these extremes. This is what I don't like. It's like I don't like the guys who don't want character death, and I don't like the guys who don't give a shit about their characters. Because these are two shitty extremes. I like the middle ground is what I'm talking about here, and I think you get that now. Character death is part of the game. But there's a certain element of giving a fuck, not crying over, that leads to, that's part of having a good experience. That's what that's telling you. And if your players are having that with their characters, it means you're giving a good game to them. It's a balance between caring and moving on. That's exactly it. Yeah. So when you get to the two extremes, I just don't like them because you hear a lot of the two extremes, right? And I'm like, and if you go to the middle ground, the worst thing is somebody will assume you're on the extreme of against character death. Well, there's always assumptions to what you mean by what you're saying. I'm like, no, dude, no, you miss a good game master who has some experience starts realizing, hey, as long as your players handle it, but they're disappointed, if you can take it in with some wisdom, that means they were enjoying the game. They're disappointed because they were enjoying it. And that's you. That's magic, baby. It means you were doing a good job. They're disappointed not because they're crybabies, because they were enjoying it. Fuck. I mean, that's take it. You're doing a good job, right? That's what you want. I'm going to do such a good job that when an experience is lost with my game, my players are disappointed at losing that great experience. Like, sucks. But then we get back into a new character and we'll build back up to that. And then I built that trust up with them. And we'll get there, right? But it's that, right? Yeah. The common sense middle, and once you realize the middle, how valuable the middle is, you should always end up there. That's where you should want to be. Mysteria and Beckme was definitely a place. But Mysteria, and that's not to disrespect Beckme, but the philosophy of Beckme can be still the same. Beckme's philosophy is genius. You don't have to run Mysteria with Beckme. You could do it with 2nd edition. But the philosophy of Beckme, you want to learn what that is and carry it over. And that's why I talked about it in this. Because that philosophy is so important. Mysteria can be ran with other editions. Shit. You can get away with, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think you can get away with trying 3rd edition with it. That'll be different. But the secret is bring the Beckme philosophy over with Mysteria. Mysteria is made for Beckme. So in a way, the Beckme philosophy is part of the setting. Like just the way people from Beckme view the game and approach the game, right? So their approach to the game should be something where you get rid of your, say you're a 3rd edition guy, that's a different mindset. Drop it. Just completely out of your head. Go find out how Beckme approaches, how Beckme players and DMs would approach the game. That philosophy is what you want to carry over because that's part of what makes Mysteria really good. And that is true. And so you could potentially run Mysteria with a different edition, but that philosophy of Beckme is really important. I mean, if you want to run it with Beckney, okay, no problem there. You got it taken care of all in one shot. But I ran Mysteria with second edition. So I just took the philosophy of Beckney over to what I was doing. That's it. And it just made sense to do that. And it was not hard to do that. And even the guy, I have two people that played it from the Beckney era. They played it in second edition. So, yeah, it's you're using the second edition rules, but it feels like normal. Because they understood right away I was approaching the whole thing like they did when they played it with Beckney. They went like, this makes complete sense. I was like, yeah. So there is that philosophy. So if you ever want to go back, like when you listen to the stream again, if you need that advice, when you go through my advice, when I talk about the Beckney part, pay attention to that, right? I talk about the details in there that you need to consider, right? Oh yeah, I don't care if people talk about fucking whatever now. We're at the end of Mysteria. So if you want to do your Warhammer shit talk, go ahead. I don't care. Now I'm done. and I got enough comments out of the reaction to Mysteria. Very happy. Thank you, Bill, for showing up for that. And very valuable stuff you had to say. Appreciate that. Zeg, you know I love you. Thank Philo for being here commenting. Mr. Black Rose knows how much I appreciate him. I'm sure if there's one stream, even if he doesn't have time at one point, Monkey will be checking this out. If you are just watching Monkey, you don't got to say a word. But I love you, dude. Because I know you're usually around. If not, you'll be around at one point, right? You'll hear this at one point, me saying I love you. So I love you, Monkey. How you doing? Gotta say it down. Yeah, if Craig watches this, love you, Craig. Hope you had a good one. This one. This is a good one. This is a steal ideas one. Steal some ideas, right? Some really good ideas in that. Everything I mentioned is fucking ideas you can take, right? So there you go. And for all the haters, oh, I hope you fucking enjoyed. There you go. There you go, haters. Can't say I didn't fucking entertain you. You don't do nothing for me, but there, I did something for you. That's usually how it works, right? It's usually how it works. Well, it's always how it works. None of you have ever done a fucking thing for me. I always do something for you. You try to destroy me, but then you don't, and I'm still here, and then you got to come around and go, oh, he's good at this. I'm like, yeah. I see, that's always my plan, Black Rose. I'm glad you are. So many things I hear talked about are always talked about vaguely. Vaguely, this, or you hear some good things. I'm like, man, when I cover something, I want you to walk away going, I get it now. And even if that means you don't like it, at least you get what you don't like, right? You at least understand. Or if you like, or if you hear about the whole thing, maybe you go from, that sounds interesting, to, holy fuck. And Mysteria is something that just so undersold that even when it's talked about in the vague ways, I don't think it just doesn't sell it right. Like, you got to say what I say. You got to put it the way I did it so you can understand the magic, right? I will put it before the others on my list of priorities. You really should, man. This is one we're all actually, for all the other games you said you might try or might, you're a D&D guy, and you could adapt this to second edition like Breathing Air, so don't worry about that. It's a fucking great setting. It's so good. It's so good. Even, like, it's not just for your players. Personally, for you. All right, Bill. Remember, Bunnies and Burrows in July. Dude, at one point, I'll be scheduling it. Just check my things. And you know I'll mention it here, so if we come back for some other streams, you'll hear me suddenly tell you what date it's on. Take care, Bill. I really appreciate your time. Have a good one, man. I love you. Take care of yourself. Great having Bill around. Jeez. It's great getting some real old school people around. Yeah. Because he'll relate. Because I'll be doing this old school D&D stuff every Thursday. So now that I'm doing the new old school D&D stream, so nice to have Bill around. Fuck. He's really going to like that stuff. And he's probably going to have a lot to say as I cover stuff going forward. I guarantee I'm going to be hitting modules. Look, here's why I have a hard time covering modules. nerds here are very picky in our hobby. One thing I know with my fellow nerds is they don't want me covering anything I haven't ran or played. That's usually the big issue. So if you notice, instead of, because I just did 50 games when I was younger, there's a lot of games I'm not covering. There's games Monkey's always promoting. Monkey, as we all know, Monkey promotes all kinds of old school games on his thing. There's a whole bunch of them actually that he promotes that I just never played or ran. That's why they're not on the docket to be covered. All right. He knows a bunch of them. It's just I never played or ran every one of them. But like a lot of real old school era guys, like few stuck with D&D, but a lot of people jumped to all kinds of different games because they didn't cost as much now, and most people shared the material. There was less tribalism. Everybody got together. People shared material all the time. People printed stuff too. There wasn't all this herd book covering or collecting so you could put it in your background for a YouTube video, right? There wasn't like YouTube back then where you cared about having every hardcover thing. Most people printed a lot of shit. Rarely, really common. And so you played 40, 50, 60 games. Easy, like breathing air. And a lot of us were younger people too. Where we had the time and we gave a shit and we had the energy to fucking tear into this stuff, right? So the reason I was excited to cover the old school this way is because I really have played and ran all these fucking games. Like it just took me a long time. It took me a whole year last year to get most of these little write-ups done for them. And now I'm working on new ones. And I even have because I'm getting printed versions. I don't care about getting the collected hardcover stuff. I'm getting printed versions and PDFs. And I have a few friends that are game mastering me through short campaigns for a lot of new games. So I'll be able to cover them so I can actually say I've played them, right? Which is really important. So I can learn about game mastering them. And I have enough wisdom that I can understand it in a very wise way, in deep ways. I'll understand the games very deeply. And that's great. So I can keep up the content and go into the 2000 to 2010 and cover most of the games there, right? Which is great too. And then for the next year, I'll start learning games beyond 2010. Right? So I'll be getting into a bunch of those. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure new games will keep coming out. So, and there's still old school games I could potentially go pick up. Games I see Monkey putting up where I can go grab those and go, yeah. Well, yeah. I don't mind Coochie being here, but he can always go hang out with Bill and they could talk about somebody being charged for the event or something. Something I didn't even fucking know how to do. And to spread that information out there and even to come on one of my streams and chat say, yeah, I think it's true because that's what Coochie did. That's trying to destroy my reputation and destroy me on YouTube. That's not casual. That's fucking reputation destruction. That's character assassination. And to do that live while I'm doing one of my streams that at a time when I'm being accused of that, that's pure character assassination. So, and for a YouTuber, reputation is everything. So you can't say you don't know what you're doing when you do it. And when you're trying to assassinate someone's character as a YouTuber on here through lies, through a fucking image that's not even a real receipt, right? At least what I put out when I put out that video was real. It was real footage. I said, I put that real footage out. He's like, I don't think so. I still think the image is real. Well, it's not. Obviously, it's not. And the guy who put the image up, he took off from the fucking group and never said anything after that. Basically, Bill got fucking lied to. And they decided to crucify me and try to character assassination and destroy my reputation. And he had 10,000 fucking people following him trying to destroy me on here. It failed because these stupid cunts are in a fucking echo chamber. And I'm glad they fucking failed because they're fucking pathetic, right? So there's Coochie. Why don't see you chatting? That's the issue we have right there. And anyone who tries to fucking destroy me on here, fucking crucify me, or assassinate my fucking character as a YouTuber can go get fucked. Right? So now you understand why I react to you the way I do. There you go. Not a big fucking fan of people that try to destroy me. All right. I work really hard on here. Not that fucking little fucking midgets come around trying to fucking destroy me. Come on my chat and do that. You think that is some innocent little fucking thing you're doing. Yeah. That's our issue. There you go. I won't repeat that again, but there. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. Most irresponsible thing I've ever seen Bill do. He could have came in private and just said, hey, man, did this happen? He just has an image. It's not even a real receipt. Could have talked to me. They understood what they were doing. That's my issue with Bill and them. They knew what they were doing. They know. And he did that and got some heat and got more attention and got more views and some more likes for a little while. But if you all noticed, his string views right back down. Yeah. What is he going to attack me again? Bring up another fucking lie? Put it a fake image? Not fucking impressed. Guy has 10,000 fucking people. Has to come after a smaller YouTuber with the C just to get some fucking heat on his fucking streams. And people can say whatever the fuck they want. He was averaging 13 viewers at one point before that, and he's the one who openly talked about it. It was just spreading it. 13 average fucking viewers, and the guy with almost 10,000 at the time before he hit 10,000. It got him some heat, some attention, because everybody wanted to hate me. The clapping seals were all there. Yay, Bill. Yay, but they all fucking abandoned him, didn't he? After the fucking event's over. Where are they? Nah. He's back to doing what he's doing. And he's finding out why he had the issue he was having before he fucking pulled off some bullshit about me. And maybe he didn't say my fucking tagline on his fucking thing, but he went on another stream. Somebody sent me the clip where he talks directly about me making the accusation. And then Coochie comes here and says, yeah, it was likely, like he believed it. Like, it was just so obviously it wasn't me. It was bullshit at the time. But they had their 15 seconds of fun. But that game is fucking over, ain't it? Because now people realize I didn't do anything. They all know. Nobody got charged. Nobody got fucked over. It was a complete fucking lie. And it was done off an image that wasn't even a real fucking receipt. Yeah. Can't save the world, but for everyone else involved with sad cases like that, courtesy and benefit of the doubt takes act with grace. That's it. I would have done the same thing. If somebody would have brought that to me with Bill, because I didn't mind Bill. I didn't hate Bill. I would have said, Bill, in private, here, dude, somebody sent me this. What the fuck is going on with this? I don't know. I'll let you deal with it. I just wouldn't assume Bill did anything wrong. And why would I? Right? Just so bullshit. I'm not even a fucking tech person. I didn't even, like, I was trying to argue against it. And people were like, well, that's not what the thing says you did. I'm like, yeah, but the reason I don't know what the fucking thing is because I don't know about this shit. I don't know how to do any of this. And then I brought up my whole history, which PayPal, when you show the clip of your history, you can't edit your history. So in the history that I showed on that footage, it had to be there. And there's no edits in the footage that I showed people. So there's no edits. It has to be in the history because I can't change the history. So when it doesn't show up, it means I'm fucking innocent. That was the point of the proof. It was not just semi-little bit of evidence being right. It was fucking spot on evidence. It was, you can't debate this evidence. And I showed it, and this fucking little cunt here came along and said, whoa, I still believe it. Well, fuck off. And to know what that would do, like, to think of all the hard work I do on here. And people trying to lie and crucify me. And to know what that means, what that does. I had people call me evil and everything over something I'm not even capable of fucking doing. Jesus Christ. I barely know how to put a PDF together. I don't know how to fucking charge people for a fucking event, nor would I ever do that, and I have no history of doing it. And even a guy, as Black Rose pointed out, even a guy who hates my fucking guts, who's done this whole whatever vulture thing on me, even when he was confronted, he was honest for at least 2 seconds and said, yeah, I don't think he did that. Because if you fucking know me, you know I did it. And Bill cried about fucking YouTube fucking him over. No, it wasn't. It's just Bill doesn't understand the algorithm. YouTube has never fucked Bill over. Now, I'll never say who Bill is, just using that name. I'm not going to direct anybody to his channel or do anything like that, but it's still sad that I still, to this day, have people fucking attacking me over that. So I don't get to get away from it. I still, to this day, people attack me over that shit. So at least I've never mentioned his YouTube name or sent anybody his way like that. All right. So I always just avoid doing that. But to this day, I still have people that won't sub to my channel over that shit. Won't support me. People that just basically have called me evil as if I did something wrong. I would never do that to Bill. I've never done that to even the YouTubers that I don't like. I remember how many times people accused me of having people go to their chat and say something. Never had anybody go to anybody's chat and do anything. Everyone who's known me, even my worst enemies on here over the years, said they'll say things when I get accused of things because this is how credible I am. This is how credible I am, even with the people that hate my guts. They would go, they were like, is Steven doing that? Like, no, Steven doesn't do that shit. Because as much as they don't like me, I would never do anything that was over a line. Anything. It's that Grace Black Rose is talking about. I showed it to people that hated my guts. And so when people would accuse me of stuff, even my fucking biggest haters would go, no, he doesn't do that. Right. I don't. Never have. People have known me for fucking years. I've never done anything remotely like it. Would never do it. And why would I do that? What, did I think somebody wouldn't go public with that if I did that to them? Just think about how stupid that is. Yeah, I got to charge someone. You think someone's not going to go public with that? And I'm a YouTuber with... It's just how stupid to think I would do that. When it's so obvious. It's an image that people could create out of nothing and then alter. It's like that chick I was supposedly attacking. She's really two-faced and shallow. I can't believe she played along with it. Said I attacked her, didn't attack her. And then they had... And if the attacks were real, why did they have to make up a fake image of me attacking her with a Discord comment? But then when you look at it, I talked to her when I had long hair and was using my long hair image. It's an image, it's a picture of me with my short hair when I wasn't talking to her. I never got my hair cut, never had all that happen until I stopped talking to her. Completely fake, all made up, never did anything. Yeah. I still have to hear about the Black Rose, though. I still get fucking people messaging me, trying to join the thing, calling me evil and twist it and everything. Still to this day, people call me evil over that shit. Still to this day. So I don't get to escape it. Right? It's nice that I don't put the heat. I never mention his channel. I never mention other people on this stuff. Though I'll be accused of it if I just say a certain name, suddenly I'm attacking a guy. No, I don't say his YouTube channel. But I'm still being attacked. I'm still having people bring heat to me over it. Like, that doesn't stop. To this day, I still get accused of that shit. So that lie spread pretty credibly, and that lie is still lingering out there today. So, yeah, it's something I don't get away from, sadly. You know, I work my ass off on here. I'm not a dishonest guy. I don't do that stuff to those people. But fair enough, the only people that won't sub to me, that won't support me, is from their own echo chamber. Fair enough, because here's what's sad. Some people from their echo chamber sometimes want to watch my shit. They sub to me, but it's like, fair enough. If that was the final nail in the coffin for you, I don't care. Fuck off. I'm not that human being. I'm not evil. I don't backstab people. I would never do something like that to that guy ever. It's ironic. He's the only person I was public about going for about a year before. And just before he does this to me, I'm on his chat chatting with him one night because he's the only guy I was public about saying, I like Bill. Out of all the guys I don't like, I'd say I like Bill. Oh, the Middle Eastern accent or something like that. Since talking Discord, got the impression that he dislikes me after I corrected him. The Middle Eastern thing. You're a guy from Norway. I've talked to you so many times. Anybody who talks to you knows you're from fucking Norway right away. Jesus Christ. And you fucking stupid, fucking useless piece of trash out there who hears you speak and says you sound Middle Eastern. fucking dumb, fucking useless fucking cunts. Sorry to curse a little bit there, Black Rose, but I can't help it. That one just makes it's just so stupid. I've talked to you so many times now. You sound like a guy from Norway because you're a guy from Norway. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know why. I seem to draw a lot of Norway people. And I know you and Philo are Norway guys and talk to me, but it's ironic. I've drawn them in previous channels. I got some ex-followers that are fucking Norway people. I follow some people that are Norway YouTubers. Ironically, wasn't planned, just happened to like their shit. Ironically, found out they're from Norway afterwards. But in a weird way, I do seem to connect with Norway people. I don't know why. Quite often, actually. Yeah, he did. He said, I heard somebody was telling me you sound Middle Eastern. I was like, how could you listen to Black Rose and think he sounds Middle Eastern? Jeez. And let's not talk about that guy because we talk about what he sounds like. I don't want to make fun of people with a stutter. I don't want to say he sounds like he's choking on a fucking chicken. We'll leave it at that. I mean, if you're impressed by him, sure, go ahead. He just tries to steal other people's ideas, backstab people, make stupid accusations when you don't agree with him. Just childish. He's a young guy, though. I don't get too upset or focus on that guy too much. He's young. He's young and stupid. I just comment in his video where he posted threats to steal. Finest moment that otherwise wished him well. Yeah, the threat stuff was stupid. It's like, grow the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. Or on fucking YouTube. Go ahead and watch other people. But he's young. The older guys, I put more heat on. The reason I don't bother bringing him up that much is just because he's young. He's just a kid. But I agree, he's a fucking stupid kid, but a kid. You know, he's a nobody going nowhere. It wouldn't matter if he started or not. He just has no personality. I just don't care. I don't care, but I don't pay attention. I heard about the thing with the Middle Eastern thing, though. I was like, it's just so stupid. That one was so stupid. But you want to know what? The fact that they don't know that you thought that was fucking hilarious and funny that you got brought up. Black Rose was like, they brought me up. They talked about me. Like, they did, dude. Because so few times that other people get attention that I get, right? Black Rose was like, I got like your attention for a second. I was like, yeah, I know. It was good. I've never had a problem with his speech. He seemed like a smart guy, nerdy like us. Yeah, young, seemed nice. The nice part, no. Not stupid. I'll give you that. But I mean, it just sounds so two-faced. Always did to me. I just got to be real. I wasn't even surprised. He started asking me one day. This is how I knew there's something wrong. I got some more views, I guess, than normal for a certain video. And he says to me in a private message, and this was, I knew it just gave him away right away. I was like, I don't know. I even said to myself, I don't know where this is going, but I have a feeling he's fucking leaving. And I'm going to hear shit said about, I even said right away, I said, I said to myself, he's going to go talk shit about me if he hasn't already done it. It was like you ever had that talk where you see a guy have a talk with a woman and it's what she says pretty much has told him that she's already cheated on him. He said this to me in private. He's like, man, do you keep clicking on your videos to get more views? It's like, well, no, but to even assume that and ask such a stupid question for no reason, that's ignorant. But I know what that means. It just means, okay, all right, are you going to talk shit about me now, or has he already done it? That's all I can think right away. Has he already talked shit behind the scenes, and he's going to do it in public soon? What happened about a day later or something? Yep, shit talk in public. And then, oh, he's going to steal my game. Just brags about it in public. Tell me to copy your game. Like, go ahead. You wouldn't even know what to fucking do with the game. I had a whole topic on their mystery of Black Rose, and many had some opinions about me and questions. I beg you, because my chat becomes famous. I'm so popular, and they pay so much attention to me that even the people I talk to get attention. Shit, boy, I'll make you famous. Well, in our talk, he seemed nice. I can't relate to other interactions outside of that Discord talk. He just seemed like a fucked up nerd. I wasn't like mad at him, but a lot of nerds are very attitude, right? So I just never thought he was like some super nice guy. That's all I'm saying. They even thought I was Steven's sock puppet account. Yeah, I heard about that from that old nerd the other night. I guess thought that you were a sock puppet account of mine, or it's me. That's what he said on the stream too. It's like he's really not that wise of a guy because he was saying that about you. Well, this is Steven talking to himself. Well, here I am, and there's a Norway guy named Black Rose. I don't know. I can't do magic typing from here, dude. I don't have kids either, so it's what people assume about me because they paint a false picture about me and they want to look down at me. So all the things that they think about me, like they want to become true. It's all false. It's all false, but they start believing their own lies because they just paint me into a bad guy, which I'm not. And then they slowly start believing all this. Like some guys out here hate my guts, but if you ask them why, I bet you they couldn't even give you an answer why now. Some guys made up lies about me that were so obvious that years ago they made up the lies about me. They don't remember. They think it's true now. They actually say stuff that I know for sure they lied about, but I know they believe it now. That's how often they've lied about me. Such a shame, Black Rose. All right, we're over 4 hours. I know if I keep going, it'll just turn into a lot of shit talk. It's always good to get that stuff off my chest. And we had a good night with Mystara. Let's not over focus on this stuff. Okay, see if I can put out a video tomorrow. I pretty much got a day off of streaming. I'll be back for Saturday for streaming for Fudge, and then Sunday, Metamorphosis Alpha. It's gonna be a good weekend. I'll let you say goodbye, Black Horse. We'll do our goodbyes now. Stop taking off. But I won't just shut down, give you a moment to say, hey, good night, or whatever the fuck. No rush. I know you'll probably get the kids. Night Zeg. Love you, friend. I'm glad you're around for the Mystara one because I know that it's going to be something you want to look into. Hey, if you can, this weekend, Fudge or Metamorphosis Alpha, whichever one you can make to. It was a good stream. Thanks for the company, everyone. As well as Invisible. Yep.